Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watch World. If you don't know by now, it's the show about everything and nothing all at the same time. You just never know what you may or may not get. Hope all is well out there in the YouTube world. I know it was a beautiful day here on Georgia. Beautiful, but definitely hot. Hot but beautiful. And we're supposed to have some type of rain come through at some point. Maybe some outer remnants or some outer bands of Big Bertha. Old Big Bertha. Guess she wasn't as big as they originally projected. Big Dog 420, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Shoot, yeah. Terry King, good to see you. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It got hot. It was hot in intervals. It got a little cloudy at some point, but no rain in the area. I think they said maybe it could be some late tonight. A few little, and then I think tomorrow afternoon maybe. But yeah, it was supposed to be. They projected a lot more rain coming in uh, earlier in the week, but yesterday and today it kind of fizzled out. Be charming, good to see you. Always good to see you. Oh man, shoot, I wouldn't know what to do if we got up to 70. Shoot, we won't see 70 again till shoot maybe Halloween. We might get a 70 before then, high 70s. But yeah, that's pretty much our lows. Highs in the mid to upper 90s and lows in the upper 70s. But by the time it gets 70 degrees, it's like right before the sun comes up, or like right as the sun comes up. That's when they show us about that degree sometimes. Man, y'all got some of that H3O. Took away the humidity. They found out a way to make the rain without the humidity. Fascinating. Fascinating stuff. H3O, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the heat index, humidity, whatever you want to call it, the real feel, yeah. They said it was in the hundreds, low hundreds. It definitely felt like it. You know? Oh, no doubt. I forget exactly what part of the country or world you're in, but yeah, no doubt. Not even south of the Mason Dixon line anymore. It's widespread. You know what I mean? They got Canadians up there in Canada catching tans and stuff right now. It's crazy. Never seen nothing like it. But I don't know. I can't really say ours is normal. Temperature wise, it's pretty much normal. Uh, weather wise, it's definitely pretty dry. So we'll see. Maybe Big Bertha cleared the way for some. Okay. Oh yeah, you ain't too far off then. You ain't too far off. Oh yeah. Yeah, once it starts getting close to 65 and below, yeah, it gets kind of questionable. You know what I mean? Like it's okay to cool down to that temperature, but not so much to warm up to it. You know, sometimes it's the warm up. It ain't necessarily the cool down. People don't really understand it. In the South, they think it's the cool down factor, but no, 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 no. In the South, it's the warm up factor. You know, you didn't factor that into your equation. That's how you always came up with the wrong answer. Now you know. You don't got to thank me, but just reevaluate your math. Oh, if it was 97, shoot, ain't no telling. Probably felt like 106. I think that's why sometimes other people setting records and ours stay kind of low from the low for the most part was just the lack of humidity. I mean, we had like 50, 60% humidity, but that's nothing. Most people will be sweating balls by 8:30 with 56% humidity, 60%. But yeah, that's low. Shoot, it didn't take long. A couple of days worth of rain bumped us right back up. We're right back into the 90 percentile. 90 percentile. Damn, Camo, good to see you. 52. Oh man, dude. If I had a 52-degree night, I'd probably ain't no telling. I might end up so ain't no telling. I might have to go put on my onesie. Might have to go put on my furry onesie. Yeah, shoot. We won't see a 50-degree day until shoot. Unless we have a snow apocalypse or some type of crazy event, we might not have a 52 this year. Mother Freedom, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yeah, allegedly that's how it works now with the H3O. They figured out how to do it. They scientifically re-engineered the water table, water cycle. So now you get the full-on effects of all the rain, but none of the lag and side effects of the pesky humidity. It's fascinating. They're really on some cutting-edge stuff. It's real futuristic technologies they're working with over there in the weather modification, weather manipulation laboratories over there at Acme. Beautiful things coming out of Acme lab these days. Speaking of interesting things, I know there's always been a. Let me see here. Where's it at? Speaking of technologies, there's always been like things like this in the talk. But I seen this article about this allegedly this space satellite that they've already developed. I didn't dig all the way into it. There's the FCC has cleared them to do a some type of test demonstration. Could have already happened. I don't know. But yeah, the FCC cleared the way where they could do a test demonstration and could openly open the door for more things. But yeah, they want to basically it's this giant satellite. Uh, I want to say they said it was about 60 feet across, and basically it'll just be made up of these giant mirrors that could be any time of the day, any time of the night. If you need some sunlight, and they're the guys to call. They are the I think even when you go to their website, it labels them as sunlight, the sunlight company. That's the article I found. One of the articles. There's another article. Look at them at your own leisure. And then this last article I'll drop, I think it's actually from the company themselves that's making this satellite. It's called Reflect Orbital. That last one goes directly to their website and it kind of shows you their plan, kind of maps out everything. Uh, but yeah, it's interesting. You know, get sunlight on demand. Crops are doing bad. You know, things like that. Something like that could sound good, maybe in the small realm, but ultimately it just leads the door to too many nefarious things. You know. Let's see. The U.S. government approved California startup Reflect Orbital to test a satellite equipped with a giant mirror that reflects sunlight back to Earth to create sunlight on demand. Sunlight on demand. What could definitely be go wrong with that? What could go wrong with just randomly shining sunlight on demand? What else did it say about it? No, that's not it. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. It's tricky pulling all these things up on a second generation Obama phone. Where is it at? The satellite dubbed Eridel 1 is expected to be sent into low orbit this year as a test. If successful, the company hopes to have a fleet of over 50,000 on-demand sunlight-generated satellites in space by the year 2035. A fleet of over 50,000 sunlight on-demand satellites by 2035. Whether that's true or not, I do find little things like that interesting. They've always dabbled with it, even in different movies and things like that. Sometimes I think they just, they found that old alchemic playbook and, they just figured out, all right, we forgot some of the stuff. They forgot some of the stuff. We forgot some of the stuff, we'll just put it out in a movie. We don't want to surprise them too early. But there was even one movie specifically I can remember. Pretty sure most people have heard of the James Bond series of movies. There was one that came out. I think it was Die Another Day. It was the I think it was the Pierce Brosnan version of James Bond in the early 2000s. But there was a villain in that movie, and he unveiled this satellite named Icarus. And it was basically the same thing. Giant mirrors to reflect solar energy into dark regions of the Earth, supposedly to provide a year-round sunshine for agricultural development. But ultimately, in reality, it was just another one of their nefarious weapons. But yeah, I was thinking about that, and even from that movie, Die Another Day. I mean, the satellite they showed in that movie, and then you look at this company's satellite, it's eerily familiar. It's funny how sometimes life imitates art or art imitates life. And then the title, the name of the satellite they gave in the James Bond movie was Icarus. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure some of you are familiar with the story of Icarus. It was a figure from Greek mythology. He was the son of a master craftsman. Was trying to escape. I think it was the island of Crete. They were trying to escape the island of Crete, and he built this flying wing device. He gathered up all these different feathers and everything, and sashed them and secured them with wax. And son Icarus, he became a master of it. But he kept wanting to go further. He kept wanting to go higher. Ultimately, his father told him, come back down. Most of you probably heard the story. He flew too high, got too close to the sun. The wax melted, the feathers came off, and ultimately fell to his demise. But it's interesting, Like I say, a lot of times it's just my opinions. Maybe other people could see it. Maybe they can't see it. I definitely can acknowledge that everybody doesn't see the same thing at the same time, or even in any time period. It's just how things happen. But it's always in the name. It's usually in the name. Whatever the name is, it pretty much tells you. Or just the polar opposite. Whatever the opposite is the name. It's 50-50, It's either in the name or it's the opposite of. But I find that funny, And I see certain people talk about like futuristic weapons or things like that, but always pay attention when these people speak, It's not so much the setting of the meeting or what they're supposed to be talking about. That's never really the thing. You just have to pay attention to the words they use and stuff like that. And I've been saying it for years. Whenever it's all been kind of leading up to this to a certain point, no matter who's inserted, selected, rejected, vetoed, excommunicate, whoever it may be for that particular program. It always the plan always seems to go into motion. You know, there's certain little side tracks. There's certain little times where people may feel more comfortable. You know, they feel like it's a little bit more secure in their settings, but ultimately it's just a smoke and mirror tactic to a plan and things that's already been set in motion. But I remember the last time Trump and Biden had their debate, which wasn't even really much of a debate. I don't even know what you call it. But a couple years back, whenever they had that, there was several things that both of them mentioned in the works or was happening, but both of them mentioned the term futuristic technology several times in that debate or town hall, whatever they called it. You know, it just didn't seem like a normal presidential versus presidential interaction that we had seen before. Even in my opinion, I hadn't seen as many as most people here. But yeah, the futuristic technologies, gotta love it. Gotta love the futuristic technologies. I always found it interesting. You know, different mythological stories, whatever it may be. You know, sometimes like a lot of stories, it's more like the story or whatever it may be speaking towards. You know, something bigger than just whatever was presented. You know, was it there? Don't know exactly. You know, but like a lot of stories, even as far fetched as they seem now, a lot of them come from some form of truth, uh, some common event, something that happened. You know, over time the stories break down. I mean, just in a matter of real time, you know, I could tell one of y'all a story and y'all could each tell each other that same story. And in real time, by the time it gets back to me, there will be some similar qualities, there will be some similar things, but uh, more times than not, the story will be altered. You know, if there was some critical points, you know, it may be changed up a little bit, but you just think about in the timeline or the chronicles of history as they tell us it is, you know, uh, things like that definitely get missed, you know, intentional or unintentional. People forget, ideas, thoughts get suppressed. To the victor go the spoils. You know, gotta have a good spoil. Gotta have a good spoil. I know, Bunny. Then I seen what was it? I guess today at some point or last evening at some point within the last 24 hours, I believe they had a in the Texas Panhandle. They was reported a 5.0 earthquake, and I looked into a couple little articles over it, just kind of glanced over them, but I was thinking, man, you know, earthquakes can happen. It's not uncommon to different plates, tectonical lines, and fault lines, whatever it may be. But I don't remember the last time I heard a 5.0 in Texas. Who knows? I guess it just depends on the geography, the landscape, what's in between the epicenter to the outskirts. You know how far something like that can be felt. Um, I imagine if it's closer to a fault line or something like that, this the further out it's going to be felt. That vibration and that tremor will just ride all the way up that fault wave till it just peters out. 420, Wild Dragon 420, flame on, flame on. Good to see you. Amarillo's getting hit with a lot lately. Mm. I guess everybody tried to get there by morning, you know. All those red eye flights to Amarillo so they could be there by morning really did something to the global shift in time. I guess if you send enough high speed objects in one direction fast enough, I guess they just single handedly alters the course of space and time as we know it. Thanks a lot, Amarillo. Thanks a lot. Mm, damn. You're doing it big on a Thursday for no reason with some grape hash. There you go. You know, smoke them if you got them, bum them if you don't. Oh, I know. I bet. Tornadoes, floods, all type of stuff. I watched this one video today. Unfortunately, it was like a short or a clip, and it was within the last week because it had the dates and stuff, everything that was on it. But it was weird. It was a short of a longer video, but they didn't tell where it was at. But they was showing this guy or these group of gentlemen, people, men and women, uh, just out trying to get cars and different vehicles dislodged from flooding that happened. I just automatically assumed it was probably some part of Texas with the ordeal that they just happened, but no, it's happened in a couple different states this year. All really before we kind of got into hurricane season. Kind of got you a little piece of the pie before you even got the pie. Not the one away from 4K, baby. Oh no, no, no. You know, where's Frog at? Where's Frog at with his infinite number of channels? You know, where you at when we need you, Frog? You know, bring yourself forth. Show yourself, Frog. Come forth, Frog creature. No, never drove through Texas. I've flown over it a couple times, but I guess besides certain desert areas, tornadoes, certain things like that that may be in abundance, it ain't really too far off. You know, it's got diversity, like most of your coastal states. Get a little bit of everything. You know, Killer Dill Pickle. Good to see you. Hope all is well. I recently recovered from a UTI. Life is good. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta take the little wins. You know, it's the little wins that ultimately add up to the bigger wins. Meat Puppet. Good to see you. Tom. Good to see you, Tom. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Blue Butterfly, Tennessee. Always a pleasure. I thought you was just I thought you was naming off a recipe for a minute. It was meat, dill, blue. And I was like, oh, these are just people in chat. I thought he was just naming off a Michigander concoction. One of these days, one of these days I will come out there and see the Lone Star State firsthand, I don't know if it's ready for me, but I will be ready for Texas one day, you know. Come out there and see what show Pecos Bill what's up. Bring my own boots and I'm gonna bring my own cowboy hat. You know what I mean? Go get me a 100% Longhorn boots, 100% Longhorn satcheled hat. You know, of course the belt's got to be gator back. You know, you got to have a little gator back on you. You ain't really truly bona fide unless you got a little patch of gator back on you, a little belt, little shoes. You know, just come out there and show Texas what's up. Yeah, I know, right? It's, definitely an interesting creature. Definitely an interesting creature, that frog creature. With all 47 of his alternate accounts. think he probably had more sock accounts than some people have actually clean socks. It's interesting. It's interesting the more we go into this technology realm, how things like that shift. Maybe it was the AI. Maybe it was just the AI that just ate all our extra socks, and drew us to this point. Like, yep, these people can't go out in civilized society with no socks. They'll run straight to the interwebs. We got them. We got them, ladies and gentlemen. Damn. Drove through Texas and got no love. Must have thought you were in Philly. It's the home of brotherly love. Yeah, I know. It sounded like a good dip. It's leading up to it was like the appetizer before the main course. Made me kind of question what did I eat for supper. Yeah. Sorry, Cheryl. Appreciate you keeping me in check. I should have known I took it too far. Sometimes you can't know about these things. What's that say? Meet up close to Dallas. Woohoo! Gun Barrel City. Gun Barrel City. Man, that sounds like a second A approved theme park. It's like a shooting range, it's like a uh, paintball, laser tag, saloon, barbershop, get you some boots, get you, I don't know, tree. I'm intrigued by the Gun Barrel City. I know it happens every time. They try to adopt me into the fold. They try to make me as one of their own. I tell them, I appreciate it, but no, no, no. I must return home to the mothership. Yeah, that's how it was a couple different times, or even maybe I just don't want to leave myself. Next weekend I'll be going down to Savannah for the weekend. I'll be leaving out of here some point Thursday. Be down there Thursday evening, Friday evening, Saturday evening, and probably come back at some point Sunday. But yeah, little business, little pleasure. Summertime down in Savannah, you can't beat it. I don't care who you are. Go down there for a little business opportunity, and then if everything still plans out how it's supposed to plan out, Saturday evening I'll be at the Savannah Bananas baseball game. I think it's Saturday at 5 o'clock, so that should be fun. Not this coming Saturday, but next Saturday. Yeah, I'll be down in Savannah. Yeah, that should be a should be an interesting experience. Oh, I know. Even still now, as much as it's gained and as much as it's lost over time, it's still. I'm definitely biased. You know, Georgia born and bred. I'm definitely biased. Savannah's still a very beautiful city. Beautiful people, beautiful culture, beautiful things to see. Always a good atmosphere. Always something good to eat. Uh, and if you get blessed to see a Savannah Bananas baseball game, you know what I mean? Who do you think you are to live such high on the hog? You know, it's crazy. I forget which team they're playing. I think they're playing I think they're playing the Firemen. I think that's who they got to play. But if anybody's ever seen a short or a clip or tuned in any part of their game, it's a pretty entertaining experience. It's everything that's baseball plus a whole entertainment aspect. Dancing, running around. They got players that come out there and hit the ball with a bat that's on fire. They got the guy that comes out there in the Darth Vader hitting home runs. They got the world's tallest pitcher. They got the guy that comes out there on stilts. But it's all not like a gimmick. That's just the entertainment side of it. Pretty much every one of them, most of the guys that play in any one of those teams, they're all They're all pros, professional athletes. They've won some degree of championship college. There's some pros out there that were in the pros once, Golden Glove winners. But yeah, some people said it's like the could be like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. I could see that. I probably wouldn't say that myself, but I could definitely see that. Mm-mm. I hope all is well. Definitely hope all is well. It's all right, Bonnie. I'll just go back after this broadcast and pixelate Mississippi and Alabama. I think you just cut something out, or just said something inappropriate. It'll just say "I love Georgia," bleep and bleep too. Sorry, what? You know, you just have to catch it here live, ladies and gentlemen. After the broadcast, it'll just be pixelated words, completely redacted. It's completely redacted. They say, you know, have to take the Sharpie to it. Fredericksburg, Texas. I think you go into any city named Fredericksburg, you better know where you are. I know there's a couple of them. Pretty sure they're all spelled the same. I don't know if they. I doubt it's the same association. Sometimes it is. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I like about this area right here in the central Savannah region area of Georgia. Yeah, we got the Savannah River, different creeks, tributaries, the Spanish Moss. Oh yeah. There's a lot I still plan to see, and there's a lot I am still going to see. But yeah, I couldn't imagine having a home base anywhere else. You know, not unless they just gave me the keys to Savannah. I might think about relocating. You just fall in love with a Savannah. Well, watch out! Watch out! She took a few down. She took a few down through there. Deer and antelope. It's where the deer and the antelope roam. Yeah, I know. I think they had another two more bear sightings. Talking about wildlife, I think there was two more bear sightings here in the area. Uh, if both of the people reported it at the same time, or even within, I don't know, uh, even within 24 hours, I don't think it could have been the same one. It just depends on when they saw it and when it was reported. If it was on the same night, but there was two of them here within the last two more sightings within the last week and a half, and then I was scrolling through the internets and the interwebs, and I ran across that one video. It was somewhere. I forget what state it was in. Maybe New Mexico. Maybe a bear had got on top of the power lines, and unfortunately, for what I read or whatever video I saw, I don't. The bear didn't make it. But yeah, I thought that was kind of strange. I mean, not saying it is for a bear to climb something is not strange, but for the seemed kind of odd. Might have been some graboids. Graboids. Got to watch them, ladies and gentlemen. They are back. Oh, Kevin Bacon and Reba McEntire didn't get rid of all the graboids, unfortunately. They are back. Back and bigger than ever. Hmm. It's where the major flooding has been. Have you been in the travel? Can't say I recall being in it, but they drove out that way. There ain't no telling. I mean, it's a state that literally takes days to drive across, depending on which direction or which path you're taking. I don't know how long it would be in its furthest point. You know, from the furthest tip of Texas, maybe up to the Panhandle. However many hours that would be, and across that would probably be a couple days. I don't know. Georgia's definitely not as big. It's more taller than it is wide. Either way, north to south or east to west, you can be on either side within the same day. About a half a day. About a half a day to get across either way, depending on traffic, weather. Mm-mm. Taco time. Not even the deliciousness, decadence of a grilled mammal flesh taco could even shake me right now. You know, I'm good. Made me a couple like I don't know what you call them, sandwiches, sub sandwiches. Just basically some sandwiches on the sub style roll. You know, a little turkey, a little cheddar, a little onion, a little spinach, a little what do you call them? Uh, banana peppers, pepperoncinis, a little oil, a little vinegar, a little mayo, a little mustard. You know, definitely wasn't a dogwood sandwich, but I'm pretty sure dogwood would approve. You know, dogwood would have approved of my sandwiches. Oh, I-20. Oh shoot, I couldn't. I don't even know if I could handle it, dude. I've handled a big portion of I-20, and it just seemed like every portion was like just like every portion before it, with just a different view. Especially I-20 that comes through my part here where I live. Oh man, dude, it's always a nightmare. They just like they don't do it continuously. They don't start from like mile marker 0 and work this 33. No, they'll do 28, then they'll do 21. It's like the Russian roulette. It's like the lottery, you know. Which piece of the adopted highway are you going to get fixed first? It's just insane. Bad boys. The what boys? What? Bad boys. I don't even know what I just said, you know. It just kind of, I don't even know. I kind of went into a zone there for a minute. Who knows? Might have to rewind the tape. Might have to throw a penalty flag. Might have to review the play. Rick, good to see you, Rick. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. See, I knew somebody would get my musical. I mean, my not musical. I hate musicals. No, I don't hate them, but yeah, I don't really care for them. But somebody would get my movie trivia. The graboids, Rick. Got to watch out for the graboids. Oh damn, dog legs everywhere. Don't know. Could be. It ain't no Georgia Bulldog legs though. Shoot, no, none of that. That's what 80 in Pennsylvania is like. Repeats the same scene. Yeah, no doubt. You know, sometimes you only know you're in a different area because the sign tells you you're in a different area. Sometimes certain regions, most of them places definitely aren't the scenic routes. You know, ain't too much scenic about it unless you've been on it. Then you've seen it. Who is Burt? Burt McGirt? Burt Reynolds? Burt and Ernie? I don't know. Can't think of too many Burts. I don't know. No, I take that back. I did work with a character one time. His real name was Burt. Burt. And didn't really have much expectations or what a Burt may be like. But now that I think about it, he definitely was a Burt. You know, maybe not, definitely not Burt Reynolds standards of the name, but maybe he fit that. He fit that genre. Yeah, Burt. Yeah, I forget that guy's name, that character name, but yeah, the prepared one. Yeah, Reba McIntyre's husband in the movie. Yeah, he had all the gear. He had the trucks. He had the ammo. Uh, he made his own stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was just kind of the weird part about it. You don't really see it until you look at it back later on. But yeah, old Bert and Ernie, Bert and Ernie, Reno Williams. Mm. Yeah, nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Just Bert and Ernie, a rubber dub dub in the tub. Nothing to see here at all. There were some weird times in the 1900s, but overall, I do miss the 1900s. Oh, no doubt. Damon Austin, good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Yeah, get the elephant gun, Carol. We're definitely going to need it on this one. Yeah. I mean, I guess, I forgot what his character was. I think his character was like a uh, ex-military retired type of guy. So I think that's kind of where his interest in his preparedness for those type of things came from. Uh, who knows? No matter how stupid or ridiculous or funny the movie might have been, you go back and watch it again, especially years later, you just kind of notice or get refreshed on certain things. There we go. The gold star standard. There we go. The gold star standard. It's probably not for me, but I'll take it. I'll take that gold star for today. I know it definitely felt like the golden star was right above us today. It definitely felt like the sun of Teletubbies, but with not with the friendly baby face. Man, it's blazing saddles in Georgia. Blazing saddles. One away from 1K, baby. Only one away. Who knows how the shenanigans work? It's probably like a game of horse or 21. You got to score like a couple extra safety buckets or safety points before it really counts. Sometimes you'll gain 5 and lose 6. You'll lose 2 and gain 4. No doubt. No doubt. Gets pretty heavy. Gets pretty heavy sometimes. But yeah. Think about, yeah, let's just, what could possibly make it better? Let's just shoot 50,000 plus 60-foot wide space solar mirrors to just help project and reflect sun wherever we want it. What could go wrong, ladies and gentlemen? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? There's this one channel I watch from time to time. I don't know. We got a lot of channels we subscribe to. Some of them we they kind of get lost in the sauce or whatever algorithm gets presented forth. But there's this guy, I forget his channel name, but he has like this. He does different things, like he melts different metals down and makes structures and sculptures. Or he has like this big giant screen, this old uh, projector reflector style screen, and he sets it up outside and he twists it and leans it, so it's basically like a giant uh, magnifying glass or reflector, and he puts like different things in front of it. And man, some things take longer to melt or explode, but ultimately, yeah, once he harnesses that little ray and it pinpoints it in, yeah, it don't matter what it is, metal, rock, either it's exploding or it's melting. I forget what his channel name is, but yeah, he does little things like that, or takes like a bunch of copper or bronze or something and just pours it into this giant vat of Orbeez, and it just makes this interesting looking sculpture. Similar to what Zed that comes around, he does similar to what he does, but totally different. He does the where he poured the metal into like in the ground, different ant cavities and stuff like that. Something like that, yeah, you just can't recreate it. You know, each one is independent, one of a kind. I don't think, you know, it'd be completely impossible, you know, for each ant structure, any type of way to create the same cavities, crevices. But but yeah, it's crazy. He takes that solar death ray panel and twists it around. Yeah, any metals, anything object, yeah, it toasts it. It doesn't stand a chance. Maga flower is great name for alpha. Could be. Could be. Could be, Cheryl. These things could be happening. You never know. They think that I'm singing, I'll probably lose 10 subs. They're like, oh crap, we don't even want to submit ourselves or anyone to that, you know. Let's backtrack and set it back. Let's go back to 1990. 1990. Heavy. Heavy, heavy. Too heavy. Sometimes it could be too heavy. That's like the other day. Every now and then I'll make a mistake when I make my food purchases, and I already knew it was going to be a very suspect buy. But somebody told me about it, and I should already know. They make questionable food decisions, so I should have known better. It was my own fault. But they said, "Man, you got to try these cinnamon roll, um, these apple cinnamon rolls they got." And I said, "Oh, I said, are they worth eating?" He said, "Oh yeah, I ate the whole thing." I'm thinking, okay, I guess my better don't cinnamon rolls or stuff like that. But I went to the store, grabbed a few things, and I said, well, let me go see if they got these apple cinnamon rolls that's supposed to be trending, you know. And it was the Pillsbury, like grand size cinnamon rolls. You get 5 in a pack. And I said, well, I'll give it a shot. Man, those things were the worst cinnamon roll concoction combination hybrid uh, that I've ever tried in my life. Those things was horrible. I threw every bit of them things away. I didn't even want to. I ain't even want to throw them out there for the birds and the wildlife to eat them. I said, "Damn, they eat these things. They ain't never coming back." I think, "Damn, he just completely shunned us away. Who the hell is he giving us these Pop Tart strudel reject creations?" But yeah, it might be somebody else's cup of tea. But yeah, those things were horrible. Only reason I got 2 bites in out of 1 is because I had to reevaluate and make sure it just wasn't the first bite that got me. But yeah, those things tasted horrible. It tasted like the worst GMO'd hybrid version of a not apple flavored cinnamon thing I ever tried. Oh, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was one of those type of things that where you got to do a blind taste test on it because you don't really want to see what it is after the fact. You know, yeah, it was horrible. Flavor, consistency. I'm thinking, why the heck is it taking so long for these things to bake? You know, it took forever for them things to bake. You thought I was in there making a leg of lamb or something in there. I did the whole preheat on the oven and everything. Yeah, every sign was telling me don't do it. But then again, I made a questionable life choice. So yeah, stay away from the Pillsbury apple. Most people would probably already know, but I fell victim. Yeah, I was blowed. I think those things were like $5 and some change. I said, man, that ain't even worth nothing. I thought about taking them to work the next day. Hell, they might have would have fired me on the spot for bringing that in there. Oh yeah, no doubt. Homemade's always the best way to go. Make it homemade. It would have been a amazing thing. But whoever thought of this concoction, and that's what makes me wonder. I know everybody's got a different flavor, a different taste, but sometimes like across the board, you'll see like bad reviews on a lot of stuff, and I'm thinking, if this was the winning choice to make it through and go into production, what were all the failures? What were like the top five failures that didn't make it? If this one was the bright idea, you know, makes you wonder. Sometimes maybe those would probably might have been the better option. If not, it would have been interesting. At least tell us what they were. Yeah, it was those. My mom always made real biscuits. She never used the biscuits out the can, and she always that comes in those little paper tubes, and you unravel it, and then you hit it against the counter, and then it pops open. My mom used to call those womp biscuits because you got to womp it. She said anybody making some biscuits, homemade biscuits, they ain't homemade if they making them where they got to womp them on the counter. Well, yeah, the Pillsbury, where it comes in a little tube, you unravel it and smash it on the counter. Really, that was about the most exciting part. That was the climax of me making it, was smashing it on the counter, watching it just explode everywhere. That's how I knew it was. That's how I knew it was, too good to be true. Because that's what my friend of mine said. It was like, "Oh, you like apple fritters?" And I was like, "Yeah, I like a good homemade apple fritter." And it's like, "Oh, you got to give them a try." I think that was one of the things they referenced it as. I'm like, "Nah, you won't see anybody doing a food review on this thing. No bueno." Yeah, I hadn't dealt with them I haven't dealt with them in a long time, but yeah, I guess I just needed that little reassurance to just let me know. Nah, it was just, dude, it was just however they were molecularly engineered, dude. At one point, yeah, I thought it was the oven. I checked the temperature and everything. Yeah, it was firing on full cylinders, dude. Yeah, I probably would have had better luck calling my sister up, verifying she still had her easy bake oven, driving across town, go getting it, probably going by the supply house, getting a spare bulb, changing out the bulb, putting everything in there. I probably could have made better time doing that whole ordeal and whatever bioengineered. I probably just need to do a oven clean now. It probably violated my oven. Probably need to do a deep clean on that. Probably have to do that tomorrow. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, get all traces out of that joker. Oh yeah, I'd have took an apple pie. I'd have took an apple pie from Mickey D's over this joker, man. Oh yeah, after about 30 minutes. Yeah, after about 30 minutes in there on the nuclear setting, of my oven. Yeah, like damn, I got to just go in there and do the whole cleaning cycle on the oven. Just remove all remnants. Do a full Martha Stewart CSI on the oven. Oh, man. Yeah, that was too much. I think I was more mad I didn't have a backup. I just put all my hopes into this would be my sweet tooth escape for the evening. Oh, it messed me up. It messed me up. I was fixing to watch a movie, eat a couple of, probably eat the whole tube. I was probably gonna eat all five of them. I ain't gonna lie. I was probably gonna be like a fat kid. Didn't even get to live out my fat kid, dreams. And that's why I probably had a crappy dream afterwards. Hmm. Best brownies ever. I think one of my sisters got one of those things, but as a kid, but of course it was the reproduction, wasn't the original. Whenever the original came out, I think they did like a remake or something like in the '90s. It was the toys of this of that season. I think were the Tickle Me Elmo and the re-release of the uh, My Little Oven. Moral of the story: don't make these questionable life choices, especially from people that just make questionable food choices. Yeah, I think I just had to eat like a whole. I think I just ate like a whole sleeve of saltine crackers. Get rid of that out of there. It's like doing the cinnamon challenge. You know? It's like all the bad withdrawal symptoms from it, not having any more without actually enjoying it. The hula hoop. There you go. Shoot, man, you throw a hula hoop in the. You go walk through the crowd and ask somebody what a hula hoop is. You probably get all type of weird answers. But nah, man, it's something that keeps you active, no doubt. Unless you just built like an avocado and it don't have no room to go down. Definitely takes some skill to keep it up. No offense if you're built like an avocado. I do like avocados. I appreciate it. I remember the Incredible Edibles. That was like our first gummy bears. The Incredible Edible. And look how quick that trans that transferred over. By the time I came along, it was on the commercial. It was the Incredible Edible Egg. The Incredible Edible Egg. And I'm thinking, hold up, wait a minute. What the heck are y'all doing with the eggs in the '90s that are just not edible? What did y'all do to them? I don't know if it was a particular company that had that little slogan, or it was just like an egg thing. Like we got the beef. But yeah, the Incredible Edible Egg. Yeah, that was definitely some suspect marketing. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? There you go. Not saying I'm fixing to pick it up and try it myself. You know what I mean? But who knows? Flintstone vitamins. Yeah, man, that's crazy times in the 1900s, man. And then you think about it, what is it going to do? Is it going to, I used to think about it, man, is it going to have you built like Fred Flintstone? Who wants to walk around like Fred Flintstone? 4'8" or whatever his statutes was. Yeah. I mean, on the bright side, if you was a woman, I mean, if you look like one of them, but yeah, the Fred Flintstone, yeah. Have the body of Fred Flintstone. Yeah, yabba dabba do, yeah. Never had the vitamins, but I remember the ice creams, the Flintstone push-ups, or whatever, as a kid. Didn't have them a whole lot, but probably think about it now, it definitely wasn't no better in the '90s. They just hadn't quite tweaked the formula yet. Somebody's got to make that choice. Somebody's got to make that choice. It was like, well, maybe I'd like to think maybe there was a smart one in the group. There was one of them that said, "Hey, no, 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 don't eat the chicken. Look at there, it just spit this thing out. Uh, I tell you what, one of you two crack it open, throw it on that hot rock over there, see what happens to it, and y'all eat it." They ate it. It was like, huh? They didn't die. Nothing happened. They felt a little nourishment from it. So maybe they figured out, just wait till these little round oblong rocks come out from this chicken, and they can have a little omelet, have a little scrambled eggs, a little sunny side up. It's a good thing they figured it out. Good thing they didn't eat the chicken first. They would have never known. Would have never known what an omelet was. It completely erased from the timeline. Oh yeah. Yeah, you try it. You try it. I don't think Mikey came along in the evolutionary timeline yet, so they couldn't give it to Mikey. Maybe every tribe or every sect had a Mikey somewhere. Just give it to Mikey. Or like even now, certain figures or certain people, they may have somebody else around them that does the test things for them. I guess medieval times are different queens and kings. They have like different jesters or different people, food tester. If they felt like somebody was up, they'd have them test their food before them. Sometimes it always wasn't a sure thing. Especially if you had something that was like slow reacting, you had something that was instant, then like, dang, don't eat the ribs. Do not eat the ribs, ladies and gentlemen. The ribs are tainted. But yeah, I think that ultimately that only works on something instant. God, that'd be a horrible job. Some of them probably didn't even know. They just thought they was getting like a free meal. And it's like, heck yeah. I'm the honorary taste tester for the king, for the queen. They don't even know what's happening. Yeah. As long as they're still eating, everything's on the up and up. They just think they got a whole lifetime of lunches and suppers on the house. They don't even know what's happening. No doubt. I don't know if the red acid is any safer, but definitely stay away from the blue acid, they say. Definitely. Yeah. Cartoon version, yeah. I don't even think I could be wrong, but I don't even think the Flintstones was even marketed as like a children's show. I think it was more like a maybe not really adult, but maybe I don't think it was originally marketed as like a children's like full on cartoon. I think it might have been like a family or evening type thing whenever it originally premiered or showcased. I could be wrong. Hmm. Let's see here. Where is it at? Where is it at? Speaking of Woodstock, it was today in July 23rd, 1999, that they had the revamp or Woodstock 99. Who knows? Maybe somebody here that went to both. I forget which year the original Woodstock was, but yeah, they did a revamp remake in '99. Party like it's 1999. If you did the blue, okay, gotcha. The original was in '69, and they did the remake in '99. So yeah, 30 years later, yeah, there's definitely. I don't know if they would still be around now. Shoot, if you survive two Woodstocks, damn, if you survive two Woodstocks and still got a decent memory, I imagine you've definitely seen some stuff. Oh, no doubt. It was a breeding ground for those type of things. You had different, I mean, you already have people like broken down or like organized into certain things, but yeah, 60s and 70s, yeah, there was a definitely a movement behind that, uh, which ultimately became a breeding ground. You get different people, different ideas together. Ultimately, it's just a breeding ground for those type of things. Uh, whatever it may be. But yeah, it was definitely a interesting time back then for sure. Oh yeah, yeah. Not even just the aftermath, just like the overall, just uh, yeah, lack of cleanliness, lack of whatever it might have been. I wasn't even thought of in '69, so I could only imagine. You know, I wasn't born for the original, and I was too young for the second one. So I guess it's stuck in the middle with you. Stuck in the middle with you. It, I could, I could definitely see something like that happening. Definitely. He's googling it. He's probably googling it and re-verifying. He's fact checking. He is the resident fact checker of the Azores and anything that is 1999. Yeah, I don't think anybody would might still be around. See, if it happened in '69, you would have to be at least, let's just say 40. You'd have to be born in '49 or '48. So yeah, you'd be pushing late '80s, late '80s maybe. Yeah, clowns to the right, jokers to the left, and I'm stuck in the middle with you. I feel like that sometimes. Even when it's just me. I guess I'm just speaking to myself from an out of body experience. Like what? I am just stuck in the middle with you. Me, myself, and Irene. Yeah, '69. That was an interesting year. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Ultimately, damn, that's a big leap. I didn't even come into existence until 20 years later. I was a year old. Not even close. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. I don't even know who all what all acts and artists were in the second one. Um, I forget. I don't know. Hey, Friday Eve. Almost time for a little TGIF. It does. A lot of things change, but time marches on. Time marches on. No doubt. But I don't know. Heck yeah, tomorrow's Friday. The work from this week ain't even been really that exhausting. Not even really that physically or mentally exhausting. Just like the elements. We was getting down to we was wiring up that third house today, and then boom, here come these yahoos wanting to cut grass everywhere. And man, thank goodness it was about the time when we was getting about to a stopping point. You know. But yeah, man, they had just worst possible time came and stirred up every bug, critter, gnat, mosquito you could imagine. I said, look at these guys. And luckily, it was kind of worked out well. Once they kind of got into it, about 30 minutes later, we reached a good stopping point. Go back into, let's say, I did have a van for a while with flower power, peace signs, and a Oh man, I could see you in the Flower Power Mobile. You know, I could see that. Man, it'd be cool if you had a picture of yourself in the Flower Mobile. Yeah, that was definitely a thing. And the wheel in the sky. Mm. Yeah, they remade those whatever you call those VW vans. I've seen a couple of them in the area, but man, they look, I don't know. They look funny to me. They look weird. Like there is like certain aspects of it you can still see, you know, the whatever they call the Beetle van. You can see some aspects of it, but yes, about like everything else, that futuristic kind of, I don't know what you call it, look. Yeah, I did a few time travel exercises. Felt like it kind of slowed down a little bit, you know. Just paused time a little bit, got me a little nap in, unpaused it, everything kicked right back in, you know. Yeah, pass the catch up. I remember one time it's just I don't even think the video was really meant to be like clickbait. I think it just ultimately ended up being like a horrible product and they just kind of wanted to showcase it. But yeah, one day I got looped into one of them food watching videos and this dude was uh making his own ketchup and I forgot where he was at. He was somewhere in Europe or something. And I could already tell by like his variety of ingredients. You know, I haven't had ketchup in a while, but his variety of ingredients didn't really look like they was going to equal up to like ketchup or what I would think ketchup is. And yeah, he went through this whole process, prepped everything, did everything, and just ultimately it just became about 15 minutes of my life I can't never get back. And the end result, I don't even remember what he dipped the ketchup in, but it was like something you wouldn't even think you would eat a ketchup with. So that's probably what threw the taste off. But yeah, basically it looked like some real, uh, like a mild salsa. I was thinking, nah, if you was trying to make ketchup, nah, that's probably why you was off on your mark. You know, if you got more peppers than you have tomatoes, then yeah, it's probably not going to be ketchup. You're just going to be trying to catch up like mayonnaise. You know. Do you guys remember the lamp? It had like fish lining and it wax would run down. I think so. I don't know. Seems like I think I know what you're talking about. I think I don't know. My grandma had some, or my great grandma had some in her house. Just the ones like I'm thinking of. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully that's not something edible. That doesn't sound edible. Sounds like some type of ointment, some type of cream, some type of therapeutic ointment or solvent of some sort. I got a few lava lamps packed up. I don't think they're old. I don't think they're old or original. I don't really know how old they are, but I don't know. Might need to unpack them and plug them up, make sure they still work, make sure they ain't just locked up, and I don't know. I got a few of them, and I got a few of those. I don't know what you call it, but it's like this black pyramid shaped, and it's got this round clear ball, and it's got the electrode that comes through it, and you plug it in and turn it on, and it's got all the electricity shooting everywhere. But when you put your hands or your fingers to the glass, the electricity comes to your fingertips or wherever you touch it. Uh, I forget what you call those things, but yeah, I still got a couple of them. They still work. I don't know. Used to see them at certain periods. I guess maybe the '80s, definitely the '90s when I came up. I forget what you call those things. A silver Christmas tree. Oh, I bet. Who needs extra tinsel when you got the full-on silver tree? There's somebody probably listening to this broadcast that's got it still has a silver tree. You know, it's still up. It's like that year-round tree. Just whatever the season or the holiday is, they just throw a little something on it. You know, it's the year-round tree. It's the giving tree. I don't know what you called it. It was just like this. I need to Google it and look it up, see what it's called. But it was just this like black pyramid-looking thing, and it had this big. Uh, they got these big glass orbs on it. I don't know, about the size of a small bowling ball. And in the middle, it has this probe that comes up, and when you cut it on, electricity just starts going everywhere through the globe. But if you touch it, uh, wherever your hands or fingertips or whatever touches it, it can sense that you're there, and it would draw to it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, kind of feel like you dang Magneto or Storm for a few minutes, you know. Plasma ball. That might have been it. A plasma ball. Yeah, I still got two of those things. Yeah, yeah, I've seen them at Spencer's or those type of stores like that. Usually they'll have like a couple set up just going off. But yeah, I got a couple of those still that I got like in the '90s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they still make them now. And I was thinking, man, you know, I just imagine if this that glass was just a break, and just in my small mind as a kid, I'm thinking, man, all type of hell would break loose. Electricity, electricity would just start flowing everywhere. You know, can't let this futuristic technology get into the wrong hands. You know, you just plug that thing on and shatter the glass. It'd be like the reverse effect of a fire extinguisher. You know, don't break the glass. I ain't gonna lie. I probably thought about it a few times as a kid, but I'm like, no, don't want to be that guy that unleashes this type of power on the world. Yeah. It'd have been like unleashing Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Who knows what would have happened? Shocked the hell out of me, knocked me out for a couple hours, you know. Wake back up, the plasma globe's completely ruined, you know. That'd probably be my luck. It just looks like somebody then came in there with the Ghostbusters wand and just blasted everywhere. You can just see these plasma burn streaks all over the room. Yeah, it probably would just all be contained in my bedroom at the time. Dodged the bullet on that one, ladies and gentlemen. Shoot, you'd have had to call in the Avengers to shut that one down. Oh yeah, I had the plasma globes going, the lava lamps going. It looked like the backdrop to Beekman's World. Big Tex for the Texas Fair. Would that be the Texas State Fair? Hmm. Interesting. Big Tex. I forget when our state fair is. I think it's like in. It's still a couple months off. Maybe September, October, maybe. they have it. They have it in Perry, Georgia, which is more central southern. I've been down there a few times, but it's pretty cool. Pretty much like everything from your local fair, just was on steroids. More rides, more food, more entertainment. I don't think it was possible to see everything. It was. It was. It was. It was kind of like a futuristic James Cameron directed Princess Bride story. Definitely was. Definitely was. Shoot, I hadn't even been to. I ain't been to a fair in years. It used to be it was just our fair was always in the fall, usually October. Most of the counties, everybody's fair was like a week or two separate. Sometimes they would cross over. But shoot, now everybody's got a fair. Every county's got a fair, and now most of them do like a fair in the fall. They'll do a spring fair. They'll do a summer carnival. But yeah, I hadn't been to one of those things in years. I'm definitely too big to be getting on any of the rides, but I do enjoy some fair confections, some fair food from time to time. Just do me a little ride by and get me a funnel cake. Just get a funnel cake and get the heck out of there. I like going during the day when there's hardly anybody there, but unfortunately, you don't get the full effect unless it's at night. Everything's lit up and everything's churning and burning. Mm. 2 years ago, the Alaska State Fair. Oh yeah, I bet that was something. Oh yeah, doing it big in Alaska. Lambs, always good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Do you remember that furniture that was big and hunky? Oh yeah, they came out before I was thought of, but yeah, no doubt. Coming up in the '90s, I definitely saw the remnants of those things. My grandma had had one of those. She had like a my grandpa had his big recliner chair, and there was two couches, and there was like this love seat. And I don't know where the love seat came from. It didn't match with anything. Ultimately, it phased out eventually. But yeah, it was that old style, and it kind of felt like not really velvet, but it was like the fabric on it was a little bit softer or felt different. It didn't feel like the cushions would ever lose any type of form, but the downside was the wood at the end. You try to stretch across that thing, you're just laying on a 10-pound wooden accent. I guess it looked cool, but it definitely wasn't a laying sofa. That was definitely a sitting sofa. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe like some velour or something. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, what you call that fabric? There was a lot of different furnitures and stuff produced during that time. Ultimately, I seen a lot of that stuff hold up. Some of it's held up longer than some of the new stuff. It ain't nothing but some little cheap party wood and a few staples, no doubt. Don't be playing around with that little wood. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Doing it big like the 98 Braves, baby. Doing it big like the 98 Braves. There you go. I have to swing through at some point and check them out. See how your progress is going. Definitely. No doubt. Ohio Grassman, the myth and the legend. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well up there in the grand state of Ohio. You're not in Kansas anymore. You are in Ohio. Oh yeah, yeah, no doubt. When the arms of the chair were probably bigger than the back area, surface area you were sitting on. Completely disproportional uh, fabrication. I don't know who the people were that were modeling for these chairs to sit in, but now I can see why. Uh, some people say, "Hey, that's not a sitting chair," and I'm like, "What do you mean it's a chair? You can't sit in it?" No, no, no. It's a chair, yes, but it's not a sitting chair. It's just for looks. I'm thinking, okay, well, some people have a bookshelf for looks. You know what I mean? If you got a chair, well, that's just a perfectly good waste of a chair. Then you sit on it and you realize why it's not a sitting chair. Yeah, who the heck buys a $1,500 bookshelf that's shaped like a chair? Who are these people? Definitely. There you go. He is a nunchuck grand wizard, much like yourself. Maybe sometime in the future we can set up the great nunchuck duel off. The battle of dueling nunchucks. I think that would be a great viewing pleasure and festivus occasion to wind down the summer festivities of the 2026. I remember when we got our first color TV. Probably there was probably a time in my life as a kid where I might have thought that the world used to just not exist in color. It's crazy. First color TV, or versus the first color TV to now, with just the color variation and the pixels and the clarity. My dad avoided all the issues with fighting over the sofa. He had 5 chairs, and we were five. Oh yeah, it's musical chairs. Ultimately, everybody gets one. Everybody's fighting over the best one. There you go. Heck yeah. Where's the beef? Limbs is cooking it up, ladies and gentlemen. You ain't got to go to Arby's for that. No doubt. No doubt. It's crazy how thing like that cycles. Some things continue to cycle. Some things were just made like way too big for technological purposes or whatever it is. To now it's just, you know, so small you can hold it in the palm of your hand. But other things do that. The big hair, the big pants. Yeah, I seen this dude the other day, man. He was like full on. I almost tried to approach him. He gave me the aura. His aura looked like it was time traveler esque, but I don't know. Could have been a false aura. But yeah, this dude looked like he just stepped like straight out of that '70s show or the '60s show, whatever the show was. I can't remember if it was the '60s show or the '70s show. But yeah, dude, he looked like he was just bebopping and walking straight out of that show. I said, damn, his dad must have left him his entire strutting wardrobe from the '60s and the '70s, dude. He looked like a full on time traveler. I don't even know where you'd find that type of stuff. Guess you'd have to go to like a tailor that specializes in like pimp attire. I don't know. You know, find your best pimp tailor there is. You know, get you a whole ensemble. Like what was it back in the day? There was this one guy. I know he was whoever the guy was that made like all the costumes for like Macho Man. I think allegedly he did like a lot of different costumes and gimmicks for like other wrestlers, but I think that was his original gimmick. He was making like suits and all those different type of different uh, extravagant suits and things like that. Yeah, ultimately ended up making. Shoot, he probably made a ton of cash making those guys wrestling suits and all those different things. Tell Macho Man, he always had the suit, the matching hat, the crazy glasses that matched with it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, the Macho Man. I wish my orca could tase people. Yeah, I have seen that in certain circles, certain communities. I've seen people talk about that. Wishing their orca could do that. It's tricky. It's tricky though. Never can fully get the full grasp until it happens. Sometimes you appreciate it, and sometimes you just want to run away from it. You know, sometimes they're one and the same. Macho man. I want to be your macho man. Yeah. I think it was really like the delivery. I can't even really remember the lyrics of the song except for that, Macho Man. But yeah, I think ultimately it was probably in the delivery. Very poor delivery. Of course, not to be confused with the Libre. Not to be confused with the Libre. Long live the Libre. 85. Shoot. Ain't no telling where we're holding at. Was that a song in itself, or was that part of the YMCA song? I can't remember. It might have been a song in itself. It's too much. It's too much. The Village People. Yeah, that was an interesting time in music history. Meet at the YMCA to become a macho man. A macho man. uh, sounds like audio vandalism. It definitely sounds like some music that could be considered audio vandalism to some people. Vandalism of the audio canals. And I think that's just part of the gimmick. Sometimes it's like the most cheesy, aggravating, dumbest sounding songs. Sometimes they become the ones that just kind of stick with you, or you think about it, or somebody mentions it, and then it just keeps replaying like it's your theme song in your head. Sometimes you just gotta let it run its course. Just gotta let it run its course. I'll say it. It's audio vandalism. I'll say it. I know some people don't want to say I'll say it. I don't think nobody's ever said it. Oh yeah. Shit, he made a lot of money off of that fight, though. I think he probably cleared like 30 million, but yeah. I don't even think he lasted a minute. Yeah. Which, you know, I knew he still could have been dangerous, but ultimately his legs wasn't what they used to be, and he took so much time off. You know, uh, who knows? See, this whole time I thought it was the same song, you know, two different songs. How about that? It could be. There's probably already somebody that's already capitalized on that name, likeness, and image, you know. Probably is somebody that took on that reference. Oh, northbound and down, going up and trucking. There you go. Be careful. Be careful in the great land of Ohio. It's not for the weary or weak at heart. You know, you got to know what you're doing while you're traversing through the lands of Ohio. Yeah, to the funny farm. Yeah, like that show back in the day, the Magic School Bus. Just everybody come on the bus. Everybody load up on the bus. There's plenty of Jello packs and pudding packs. Just everybody single file. Let's get on the bus. One way trip to the funny farm. One way. How long do you think it would take to get over it though, or get beyond it? You know, we think of like time as we're going right now. Shit. You know, how many hours would it take me to get down to Florida? Shit, how long would it take me to get beyond the ice wall? You know, or even is it really a real ice wall? Maybe it's just a mental thing. You know, it's the crystallization and calcification of our own brain that we got to break through. Maybe that's the ice wall we got to break through. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows these things? Mother Freedom. I like to think about them. I do like to think about them. That's for sure. Let's see. So close, but so far away. That's usually how it goes. You know, it's like making your first million. You know, the first 1,000 subs is the hardest. They say. You know. There you go. Take it easy. Get you some rest. Friday's just waiting for the battle, waiting for the duel. Be prepared mentally, physically, and spiritually. I appreciate that. You definitely got to have your daily reminder in order. Even if you don't know where it is, you got to go find it. You got to go find it in order to watch it. I know. What last week when we had a about every day we had a rain of some sort. You know, I mean, I guess overall it did something, but yeah, the lakes and even the river. You can look at the river. I know the stones and the landmarkers. You can kind of tell as it drops so far, it kind of settles in. But who knows? Maybe Super El Nino and Godzilla, now that they've uh, announced their full tag team duel throughout the Gulf. Maybe we'll see. Maybe they'll bring some friendly rain. As above, so below. As within, so without. You know? Or like even like the basic cardinal directions, what north, east, west, and south. You know, it spells out news. So no matter which direction or which path you may take, there's definitely something newsworthy. It's in the title, ladies and gentlemen. Spread the news, spread the word. All right, let's see here what this thing will do here. You know, door beneath other realms might be in the water beneath. Could be. Could be. I know it's always been those kind of stories of like, Antarctica, different things like that. I hadn't watched it, but I've seen it got some type of buzz or some type of traction um, with the character artist. What was it, Oliver Tree, that passed away? Allegedly, he said he had spent some time down in Antarctica, viewing different things, seeing different things. I don't remember how many days. I want to say he said he spent like an entire year consecutively down there. And was working on some type of Antarctica documentary, some type of thing, Uh, of course, I wouldn't expect anything like that really to be like super in your face or anything getting exposed or disclosed. Um, Maybe just like a rehashment, something that might already got said, or if anything, maybe just getting more questions to be asked. Who knows? But unfortunately, allegedly, he's no longer with us. R.I.P. Oliver Tree. Let's see. They say Texas weather. When they watch the weather in Texas, it just says easy bake oven. Tomorrow's weather, easy bake oven. Oh, I know. Shoot, just getting ready for the trip. That's like the pregame, That's like the cardio and CrossFit before the trip, Keeps you in shape, lets you know you can still do it. Jerry, good to see you, sir. Yeah, not this weekend coming up, but next weekend, the following weekend. I'll be going down to Savannah for the weekend, but shoot, that ain't but for a couple of days. I ain't got to take very much of anything at all. Probably leave at some point, maybe Thursday. I don't know what time. It don't take long to get to Savannah from here. A couple hours, we're there. A couple hours, we're there, and right in the mix of everything. But some point Thursday, head out. Probably Thursday afternoon. Be down there Friday night, Saturday night. Come back at some point Sunday. Yeah, no doubt. It's a good time for a little getaway. Still hot enough to remind you that you went there, but you know, the herds thinned out a little bit. So I can't say that too much. I'm headed right into the herd. I'm ready and headed right into a million plus strong, screaming and hollering. Might need to go down there with my John Wick mask, just so they don't try to do any flash photography or autographs. You know what I mean? For me, it's kind of like just a trip. There ain't really just much road in between. There's not much road, so really, it's just kind of like a trip. It This particular trip wasn't really planned. It just kind of came about. So I'm definitely going to utilize the resources, no doubt. Definitely utilize the resources. Who knows? I'll be at the game next Saturday. Every Savannah Banana game, uh, it's gotten a lot more popularity and more following over the last couple of years. They even show some of their games on ESPN, like ABC. But any one of their games, you can always watch for free on YouTube on their YouTube channel. They stream all their games on there, all the competitors, the various teams that's in the Banana Ball League, the Texas Tailgaters, the Indianapolis Clowns, the Long Beach Coconuts. I think there's like 8 different teams. They all have channels. They all stream their games. But yeah, it'll be streamed live from Grayson James Stadium in the beautiful city of Savannah, Georgia. You know, who we got in here? Wayne, good to see you. 119 Fort Mojave in the shade today. Oh man, damn. I was having unintentional barbecues. You know what I mean? You was just having barbecues for no other reason. Oh yeah. Can't complain. Get a little business, get a little pleasure, get to see the beach and the Savannah Bananas. What else do you want? What else could you even think of even happening? Really, this is just right down the road, really. You know what I mean? Shit. Hour and a half, 2 hours. That's why it's better to leave out on a Thursday. You miss that whole Friday traffic. Good to see you. Always appreciate you checking in and tuning in. Yeah, yeah. Uh, it's a bananas. Yeah, it's everything baseball and everything that you didn't think could happen at a baseball game. Entertainment. There's a lot of like gimmicks, stuff like that, but no doubt, definitely got to be in shape. Definitely got to be able to, put on a good show. Especially with some of them guys, they'll get to flipping and spinning, and man, they'll go into a whole routine. You know what I mean? Much like Are You Yeti? You know what I mean? Just out there, just striking out and winning games like it's nobody's business. You know what I mean? Out there pitching like a young John Smoltz. Like a young John Smoltz. That's who Young Yeti is. Appreciate you checking in and tuning in. Yeah, I saw a little bit of your game the other night where you was pitching live at the baseball extravaganza. Good stuff. Good stuff. The force is strong with that one. Force is definitely strong with that one, ladies and gentlemen. Can't deny it. Can't deny it. Now see that's really a road trip because you actually got some road and you're going on a trip. I have very little road. A couple back roads, a couple forks in the road, and I'm there. Really mine's just a trip, not so much road trip. Getting up early, move at night, and party at 5 a.m. comes quick. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, that 5 o'clock wake up call comes quick, no doubt. Always appreciate you checking in, Brian, the man of 1,000 names and the man of even more records. I love it. Keeping the vinyl tune thumping. Corpus Christi. Oh, it sounds like a good time could happen in Corpus Christi. Who knows? Sweet. Heck yeah. Won the division championship. Hell yeah. When you play your next game, y'all in the postseason now? Shoot, there's nothing but big dogs now in the postseason. No doubt. No doubt. Greg Maddux, John Smoltz, what was the other guy? Man, them three, when they used to pitch for Atlanta in the 90s, oh man, dude. That was any hitter's worst nightmare when any one of them was coming to the mound. Yeah, especially Greg Maddux. No doubt. Get your GPS voice changed. Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah, that would be for an interesting trip, no doubt. You wouldn't even need nobody with you. That's like a full-on entertainment experience. They're still playing the Little League World Championship? Can't be. They can't be still playing it. Can't be. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe there's some jet lag. Hey, you had one hell of a run. Some people saying it's probably one of the best single season runs they've ever seen happen. People are talking. People are talking about these things. I like it. Hell yeah. You got the championship out of it. You got the division. You know what I mean? You smoked all the regional clowns. That's all you can hope for. You know what I mean? slaying all the regional clowns. Hey, it's King of the Hill somewhere. Okay. Be televised. The Revolution will not be televised, they say, but the Little League World Series will be. Nice. Watching it. Okay, sweet. Get you a little live stream, a little behind the scenes, you know. The Scottish Tartarian Army drink Boston out of beer every single day. Every single day. Wow. No doubt. Yeah, I've got some people that shoot. I've been out of high school almost 20 years now, but I got some people that I graduated with that's still in it. Different branches of the service. Some went certain times, some people still in it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got probably a handful of friends I still stay in communication with from time to time. Yeah, they're still in it. I forget their different ranks, different titles, but yeah, at this point, they've just made a whole career out of it. The Tartar Army, Tartan Army. Don't know if I'm familiar with the Tartan Army. Seems to be trending, you know? Just throwing around 15K like it ain't nothing. Hell yeah. Hmm. Oh yeah, a lot of adventures, no doubt. I mean, that is one upside, you know. If you ever get to have certain downtime or whatever, getting to travel into different parts of the world, no doubt. Seeing different cultures, different people, different environments, different history. Yeah, that's the things I'd like to see, you know. It's like everything that makes Augusta, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia. You know, I'd want to see what makes that place, you know. The people, the culture, the architecture, everything. Okay. The Scots. Oh yeah, some of them never left. Yeah, some of them people ain't even left. I don't even think they got the memo. They still think there's still a chance. They still think the FIFA's still going on. Some people just ain't the heart to tell them that Spain actually took it all. But yeah, the Scottish Army. Hmm. Yeah, they had to call in Sam Adams to unleash the limited reserves. You know, bring in the limited reserves of beer. Man, yeah, I forget how much. They've probably already released some numbers or whatever numbers on stuff like that. However much money was generated through hotels or dining or entertainment. Yeah, I don't see somebody coming all the way over here and not trying to have like the full experience. You know, just like I like to have if I went wherever they were from. You know, and it's tough. You know, you can get like certain aspects, but like just like anywhere, I mean, it's like uh, certain foods are definitely like Americanized foods. You know, no doubt across the board. But then you got some foods that's regional. You know, uh, different things like that. So yeah, it is funny seeing people try different things for the first time. No doubt, whether whatever idea they have of it or not, it's still kind of it's funny. Still wandering around, yeah. There's still people wandering around with their FIFA jerseys on, their glasses. You know, hey, they stayed here through everything. They done been through. They celebrated the 4th of July here and everything. You know, they don't even know. They don't even know their visa. They got their visa extended and everything. Uh-uh. The Red Sox, 16 wins in a row. How do you like them apples? Man, 16 in a row? I might have to fact check you. I might have to fact check you later. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny those factoids. Yeah, I've seen some of them guys, some of those guys that used to play with Boston or different pros, they came at different points of their career, came like down to the minor leagues through injury or whatever it might have been. And it was that one guy, uh, what was his name? Johnny Euclid or Euclid that used to play with Boston back in the day. I remember he went, he got sent back down to the minors for like a little bit. He got sent to the uh, our local minor league team, the Augusta Green Jackets. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it was. There was always good attendance, but like when you have one of those guys come through, yeah, people know it. They come out there, yeah, they want to see the big shots, see the big shots knock one out the park. But yeah, that was years ago. I forgot when that was. Yeah, I think it was Johnny Euclid or Brian Euclid or something like that. Oh yeah, that happens every day, Bonnie. That's just something you just it happens. Somewhere, a Waffle House sign just fell over on a car. You know, you can include that with just certain guarantees in life. Oh, they're too happy. They're having the beer sweats, the meat sweats, the cold sweats. It's just they're just in pure euphoria right now. Until they figure out and find out, somebody tells them that Spain's already won it. They may break. There may be some snapping. So be careful. Yeah, that's what we used to call it. We used to call it the awful waffle. The awful waffle. They had a. It was one of the Waffle Houses here in my area. I don't know. It was like some months back. They had some type of big, huge fight. I mean, it was the video I seen. I don't remember how many people was involved, but yeah, it's just like one of them. The whole Waffle House broke out in the fight. Uh, you just seen like all the people, all the workers just standing behind the counter, just kind of like watching it. Just a complete riot in the Waffle House. And they closed that one down. Well, they didn't close it down, but yeah, you can't even go inside and order nothing anymore. Which I hadn't been to a Waffle House since a long time. But yeah, you can call in or you can walk up, and they installed like a little window that you can slide open and tell them what you want. But yeah, they completely shut that one down as far as in-house dining. That's a thing. That sucks. Yeah. I tried the IHOP one time. We do have an IHOP here locally, and I tried it one time. I had a friend of mine that was working there for a little while, and it was okay. It was okay, but yeah, it wasn't really. It didn't draw me back. They got me in there, but they couldn't get me back in there. It's like a one-hit wonder. Maybe it was just the hookup. The hookup drew me in there. You, know? You get used to the hookup. When the hookup ain't there no more, you're like, nah, this is really only hookup worthy. I clearly can't spend spending some shekels on this. We had a Denny's. We had a Denny's here for a while, but I never tried Denny's. Ultimately, it closed down. I don't know. It might have closed down during COVID. I don't know. COVID might have just took that franchise out completely. But it was in a weird spot. It was. I don't know if you remember back in the day. We used to have a place called Shoney's, and some of the Shoney's were like attached to like the hotel, so you could go in there. Uh, you get you a whole buffet. You spend like a $2.50 upcharge. You get a whole room for the night with the buffet. So yeah, you had some Shoney's that had it attached to there. Well, this place was a used to be the Shoney's, then Denny's got it. They like renovated the inside, but ultimately it was still attached to this hotel, which kind of made it kind of tricky and weird. So I never tried there, but they closed it down. It's something else now. But yeah, ever since that Denny's left, it's something else for a little while, then it just fades out. Must be bad product because the location's prime real estate. There's just constant traffic all day, no matter what time of the day, what time of the year. But I don't know. It's like they won't vote to put anything good in that building. They just put a lot of crappy things for like a year. And that's it. Yeah, good old Shoney's back in the day. You know what I mean? I don't even know if they still exist. Yeah, I caught the tail end of it. I caught the tail end of the Shoney's buffet, no doubt. It was still noteworthy in the late 1900s. There you go. Some things, unfortunately, you just got to go all the way to Alaska to get a good experience. It's just, it's just how it is. That's why they kept it so far away. That's why that in Hawaii is so far away. You know what I mean? They can't have everybody getting in the goodies. All right, let's see here. Can't even believe it. Can't even believe it. That's what I'm saying. Corned beef hash. Nah, I've tried it. It's I don't know. It's definitely a fan favorite amongst some people. I was never really a big fan of the corned beef hash, you know. Which I was never really a fan of like corned beef in general. I like regular. I like it regular before they corn it. You know, there is a bad corn distribution ratio. You can't cross it. But, yeah, I guess it's one of them type of things. If you don't like corned beef, yeah, you definitely ain't liking that. You ain't calling that one chicken. That ain't tasting like chicken. Speaking of food, I just, you know, don't really do much to answer the questions, but sometimes, seems like every election cycle they have to hit you with some other parasite to keep you away from thinking about we could be bringing in another parasite. But it's every so often. It's every so often with the parasites now. You know, controlled demolition, maybe. Whatever it may be. From what limited I read about these different things or whatever, it seemed like it wasn't just lettuce that it was affecting. So I don't know why lettuce is kind of like the big thing, unless they're just trying to make it the big thing because allegedly Taco Bell, that was where their interference happened. I think was with some lettuce, but I don't know. There could be definitely some real things happening. Ultimately, as you enter into this more and more of this genetically modified world, I think there'll be a lot more things that make you scratch your head. Oh yeah, definitely. I guess it's kind of like most knowledge or whatever's out there. It's always out there. You know, uh, a lot of times we see what we want to see. You know, if I tell you to look around your room right now and just memorize everything you see in your room and around you that is the color brown. You just do that for 30 seconds. You look all around you and you're thinking about everything that has the color brown in it. You're trying to remember. And I say, all right, stop. Now, tell me how many things around you right now are the color red. It would kind of throw your mind for a little loop. You're like, well, hey, you just told me to remember all the things that were brown. So your mind stayed fixated on that point, whatever that specific point is. You're only focusing on that point. You can acknowledge or have maybe like a blurred tunnel vision of certain things around you. Some people, not everybody's the same. I'm just speaking like in generally here, but you know, it throws your mind off. Right offhand, you may be able to not think about it because your mind was just fixated on looking for those brown objects. And now, after those 30 seconds, I asked you what were the red objects. It's kind of like our brain focuses on sometimes what we want to see or what we want to focus on, not even if it's by our own intent, subconsciously or whatever it may be. Certain man-made directives, certain man-made directions. Just like I said earlier, if you rearrange the letters on the compass, NEWS, all the directions, it spells news. Ultimately, it's trying to pull you in some type of direction. I don't know if any of that even made sense. I don't know. If any of that even made any sense, I don't know. Mr. Metal, good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well up there in your neck of the woods. There you go. You put some color on that thing, buddy. You need a little bit more bulldog red in your life. You know what I mean? Put some bulldog red on the walls. You're good to go. Working the mind. Yeah, I forget the. No, I forget that it was a longer speech that the guy was giving them, but it kind of that's how he kind of broke down in the show and how like people may fixate or kind of see certain things a certain way. And he was just whoever his host was, he just kind of used that question to kind of segue into uh, I don't know everything else he was talking to. I can't remember. I saw that one time. I wish I could remember who was speaking or something. But the way today's algorithms is, you could type in the red and brown question and it would easily pop up somewhere. I'm sure. I might be. You never know. Sometimes these things take a turn. You never know. I thought I might have dropped it earlier. Maybe it was deja vu. Knows these things. It all depends. We may open the door to the asylum. We may just do that. Who knows? Can never fully confirm nor deny. Okay. I thought I did at one point. I got so deep in my own nothingness and ramblingness. Who the hell can keep track of all that? 2 hours and 10 minutes in. I think we just gave the Fortune Cookie Factory a whole new idea and phrases of life phrases. They'll just do the Watt Summer Series. No, they'll probably do it fall. The Watt series of Fortune Cookies coming out with this year's batch of pumpkin spice. You know, get a little pumpkin spice and Watt and everything nice. Probably do some type of commercial partnership with Starbucks or something. Really get it pushing. Could be. Could be. Could be. I don't know. There you go. Or at least you've been unburdened by what could have been, you know. At least that burden is no longer yours, you know. You have completely unburdened yourself by what could have been. No doubt. Converse, chat with the AI. It needs to know more of these humanoid algorithms, you know. I mean, they got full like AI movie agents, or like this one guy just allegedly came out with this movie that was entirely AI, you know, AI generated through whatever platform or music. Some people that believe they're like in a full blown relationship with the AI. Some of them I've seen, it's not even like a robot. It's just a chat, you know, just a chat interface. It hasn't even gone fully like robot yet. Yeah, I've been seeing little videos like that pop up. You know, it's always hard to, I guess, without digging a deeper, you know, telling exactly what time frame they are. But yeah, yeah, they don't went full on rock'em sock'em robots, no doubt. That's all we need. That's all we need. People just to go out and viewing fighting robots. You know, what could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Hmm. The Alexa. Yeah, that's the other one. Hey Alexa, play Baby Shark. Hey Siri, play Baby Shark. See how good the algorithms are with that one. Huh? Send everybody into a shark frenzy. I think you can do that. It is Shark Week, I believe. Either this week or next week, Shark Week. So you can do that at the World Conference thing they showed them. There you go. Yeah, don't forget the Geminis. Yeah, don't forget the dueling spirits. Well, you know, there you go. I do what I can when I can with what I can. You know, at this point, I've done so much with so little. At this point, I feel like I can do absolutely everything with absolutely nothing. You know, fascinating. Twin could be your digital twin. You know, you got to have a digital matrix twin. Yeah, somebody's probably angry right now. We just lost like 8 viewers. 8 people just got ticked off with their devices. They're probably still simultaneously chirping off the Baby Shark song. Oh yeah, they're ticked off. Their Alexa and they probably got an Alexa and a Siri going in the background. It's just full, uh, you know, full on shutdown. Well, I don't know the exact name about the Alexa, but or Gemini, I could see the name or whatever that, or even like what is it, Siri? I mean, that's kind of like so in your face, you know. Uh, what is the main part or the focal point of your eye? The gateway to your soul is the iris. What is iris spelled backwards? Siri. You know, it's uh, it's funny. Sometimes it's so much in your face. You know, it can't be any more in your face. Created this digital AI window for you to venture into, venture out of. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, I could definitely see the reason for the fighting robots now. You know, definitely see the reason for that. Gotta have them. Gotta have them. Oh yeah, don't forget the Grok, and not Gronkowski. The other Grok. Nice. There you go. Robot in every house. Robot in every household by 2035. It is a must. You know, it'd be like those devices people had to get on their car when they had like a drinking problem. You had to breathe into it before you could operate it. Now coming soon, you have to, in order to have a house, you have to have a fully operating robot at your disposal and demise. There you go. Yeah, embrace it or run away. Oh, I best believe, yeah. By the year 2035, there's definitely going to be some enlightening. There's definitely going to be some things that's getting lit up for sure. What they are, I don't know. I guess if they say this is the awakening stage, I guess I don't know what's after that. The enlightenment, who knows? Who knows? Still waiting. Still waiting. Let's see. Oh shoot, man. Yeah, that might have been. It was too unsafe. It was too unsafe. I don't think we had one. Well, I guess for what small remainder of this broadcast may be, or at any point of anybody tuning in. And at any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any type of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation you just can't quite describe, tonight's safe word is enigma. I repeat, enigma. Like the Riddler, Edward Enigma. Don't ask me to spell it out. My autocorrect will probably just, who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Now it's completely unsafe. Now we've just released the safe word bots all throughout. Yeah, I mean, there's always one. There's always like one or two out of 100 that don't let you down. You know, it's those 99. It's those other 99 or 98 robots that's coming off the wall. You got to worry about. You know, that is true. That is very true. You know, for all you know, I could be a highly advanced, highly unintelligent, futuristic robot humanoid. You know, you can neither confirm nor deny these reports. Believe what you will, ladies and gentlemen. Believe what you will. There you go. If you're just feeling a little unsafe, welcome to the insane asylum. Welcome to the enigma. What Mary said. I missed it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All you crossword aficionados out there, you know. There you go. What man? See, now you're just talking reckless. Now you're just talking reckless and throwing, what is that, a croissant? Did you just throw a croissant in there while you said roll tide? Yeah, that completely erased any type of credibility that might have been formed of any rolling of the tides that might have happened. You know what I mean? You know, once you throw in a croissant on anything, that's like me saying go dogs. And I throw a croissant in there, you just be like, psh, this dude's lost all hope. You know what I mean? This dude's trying to start an international conflict with the French. You know, dang. I don't know. You got to watch the water. I don't think there's enough water for the tide to roll. Might be tideless this year. Might be some rolling. It might just not be a lot of tide involved. What did the Buffalo say to his own son before he left for college? Good question. What did he say? Yeah, please don't confuse it with an enema. Don't confuse it with an enema. I know that comes in your algorithms. A lot of people said after watching this broadcast, those do pop up. The reminders of your colon checkups, mental health awareness. Definitely. Don't confuse it with enema. No, 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 no. Similar aspects, but totally different. Yeah, I don't even think you could say that on a live broadcast anymore. I don't know. Might have to check on that one. No doubt. No doubt. Oh, man. Pure insanity. If you want to open the doors to the asylum, put a 1 in chat. If you want the asylum doors to be open, press 1. Press 1 for more assistance. Let's see here. See if we'll open the asylum doors. Let's see here. Still early. Still early, ladies and gentlemen. There seem to be a few hanging chads. There seem to be a few hanging. How the heck do we get hanging chads on a virtual chat? All right, Bonnie said 5. I don't know. I think she got too excited. She's probably like on her BlackBerry or something. I don't know. All right. Maybe she just meant 1 to the 5th power. We'll just take that as 1 to the 5th power. She's putting the glove on. All right. Let's see here. Let's open the doors to the assailant asylum, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if America really does have talent. Let's see if America really does have talent. See if it's a truth story. See if we can't get some of these Intergalactic Federation members up in here. What's really going on? Yeah, I can't trust anything from Maine. I don't know if I got a Maine correspondent. Can't trust any of them until I get an on-the-ground correspondent, The Moose Battlers of Maine. They probably got a minor league hockey team or baseball team called that. The West Maine Moose Battlers. Oh, damn, Pat's from Maine. How about that? Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that as a Maine correspondent. Get what we can take around here, ladies and gentlemen, One guy said he was going to be tuning in from Antarctica. We'll see, I think he's trying to break through the ice wall as we speak. Moose jerky tastes great. Can't say I've ever had it. Can't say I ever had the moose jerky. I could agree. No doubt. Good old moose jerky. Not to be confused with the moose knuckle. Not to be confused with the moose knuckle. Me neither, Bunny. Never had the Moosius. Never had the Moosius Maximus. Let's see here. We got all type of havoc brewing in the backgrounds, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stage, Red Pill. Oh, shoot, yeah. Doing all right this evening?
Yeah, not too bad. Spent
Can't
almost all day
complain.
yesterday. Spent almost all day yesterday at the hospital, but I'm better today.
You was in the hospital.
While I was at the hospital,
Oh man.
I had a partial blockage.
Mm. Man.
That was no fun.
Oh, I'm sure.
I guess you could say I was literally full of shit.
I don't know if it was like heart related or anything, but yeah, I know my mom. She's had to have that done a couple times with the heart. Different blockages cleaned out, stents put in, those different types of things.
And this wasn't my heart. This was my intestines.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
got to
it
get
was.
it out there.
Yeah, it was from where scar tissue from where I had surgery in 2023. So
Mm.
no, I'm staying away from the lettuce bee.
Yeah, stay away from the lettuce, the greenery. It's getting a bad rap right now. You know what I mean?
Taco Bell literally is taco hell now.
Vegans are looking a little suspect. They ain't really got too much to say on this current topic. You know what I mean? They're trying to lay low right now.
I've heard moose is good. I've never tried moose though.
Let's see here. The moose. Speaking of moose, maybe we have a moose correspondent. The moose is on the loose. The moose is on the loose, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome up.
Here comes the moose.
Hey, the moose is loose in Massachusetts. That's a real song, and it's from Maine. They scare me. It's got no banjo in it, but it's kind of folky, kind of Appalachian-y.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you have the record.
I just put
Oh
out.
no, there was a cassette, but I bought it at a Christian like a bazaar. You know, the Christian. You go to like
Yeah.
some kind of stadium or whatever. It's Maine. There's nothing around. It's a big barn. You know, I'm trying to paint a good picture here. Portland was even crazier, and that's 4 hours from here, one way to go see Sleep, and that was in 2008, 2009, and they haven't released an album in like or toured in 20 years. So I went to Maine, Portland, Maine. Of course, it's 4. You're leaving here at like 6 in the morning or whatever, so you can get up there and then maybe you can shop, window shop, get something to eat, hang around, wait for the show, and then I did that twice. Not only is it 4 hours up and then it's a 3 hour show, but it's 4 hours back, and I didn't fall asleep. It's crazy. Totally high, completely freaking ripped out of my mind. But I wasn't driving; my brother was. What's funny about that is I'm 6'5", he's 7 feet. He's driving a 5.0. He's driving a Mustang.
Mm.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. You know what? And it's a 5-speed, so he kept trying to make me throw up. So he was like, switching gears all fucked up going down, as opposed to just driving straight. I wanted to kill him.
Oh yeah, you were getting the real 5G before we had
Oh
it on
yeah,
our. Yeah.
yeah. It was like that movie from Kurt Russell, right? That remember that movie? How was it? Kurt Russell, and he was like, "Hey, you want to go for a ride in my car?" He was like,
Oh yeah, it was like a
demolition driver, right? Race car
yeah.
driver.
Was it Demolitions?
That's
I don't
him.
remember.
It was like a couple different movies in one. They was trying to like show like the like old school kind of like I forget what you call that genre of movie, but yeah, where Kurt
My brother
Russell was
ripped
the
out the
bad
back
guy.
seats of this GT so it'd be lighter, so we could go faster. But we knew we were driving 4 hours each way. That's 8 hours just driving in a 3 hour show. It was stupid. I bought the Kingdom Come record though, that first one. $12.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt.
Was it Death Proof?
Might have been.
The one by Quentin Tarantino?
Yeah, it was definitely a Tarantino movie for
Yeah,
sure.
it was a Tarantino movie. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should know that. I don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't watch
he was a stunt.
movies. I listen to
Yeah,
music. I
he
got records. I don't listen. I don't
yeah,
watch movies. Man.
that's where he was a stunt man who he murdered young women with modified cars.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, but he's got the same kind of car, right? It's a straight. I'm sorry, it's a V8. It's the same small block I have in my truck that I actually gave him. So he's got two of these freaking engines, right? Plus the tranny. It's a 5-speed. It was a F-150 dual cab. Shit, I think it was a '97, but still, it's only got like 87,000 miles on it. So anyway, we put it in another body. That's much lighter, so it's like a sled. You don't drive it in the winter unless you put a lot of weight in the back, like furniture. You know what I mean?
Dang. Won't
It's
nobody be
stupid
able to
redneck
drive
shit
in
we do out
Texas.
here in New England because
Who
we get a
checks
lot
the
of
law?
snow.
Driving under the influence of caffeine. Shoot, that's the majority of the population, I'm sure.
All right.
And are
Oh
you
man.
serious, Marty?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to that. I did mention it in the chat, but that interview with Elon Musk was absolutely nutso, like off the shelf kind of crazy. So I understand why he's mad with the left. He keeps calling them the lunatic left, but it's because he's got a transgender child and he blames them
Yep.
for that. And child's like 20 years old or whatever, old enough to drive.
Nice.
People don't know much about him, but without him, we wouldn't have rescued those
Probably get a
astronauts that
free
were stuck in
Cybertruck,
space for a year.
Oh, Elon
That
probably give them a free Cybertruck when they turn 16.
yeah, you know what? And
Got
the
in the
thing is, I
wreck, you
think he's
really
making
couldn't tell, It already looks like a
making
wreck.
a militia like of AI robots to go after everybody with that attacked his Tesla lots and burned down stuff.
Oh yeah, they're aiming. They've already got numbers and stuff in the works. How many they plan to put out?
You know why he's a trillionaire? Because he has government contracts. You know why he keeps winning? Because it works. He's got rockets coming back that are unmanned. That's nuts. I'll defend the guy. Everybody's picking on him. What are you, a racist? He's South African.
Yeah, I don't really know. Who knows how these things work?
He created PayPal. That's kind of how I know his name thrown around growing up. But it's like, shit, how did you come up with that? It's awesome. If I wanted to send you, for example, $175, you know how much it's going to cost me? $56 to do it. You know what? That's smart. The convenience, but you know what? At least you got something in the bank. So
Dang, I ain't even got the PayPal. You know what I mean?
You're not broke as a joke, but still, it's like, fuck. You know what I could have done with $50? An awesome blossom at Outback or something.
Maybe this new character. Maybe he's got the PayPal. Let's see. See if Camo Carl's got the PayPal.
Oh no, he sold it. So it's
Pass this way, Carl.
I don't know.
Pass it this way.
Hey man, I don't know if you ever seen those videos where it's like people have, let's say it's like oh my god, it's a yo-yo, and then they trade it for something, right? And then they get like an upgrade to whatever that trade is, and then they trade that for the next thing, and it might be a Star Wars figure that's worth like
Yeah, like barter wars.
But by the end of all these bartering and trading and crazy things that happen, you can get like a Lamborghini by the end of the trip, or maybe a yacht. Who knows? Depending on what you can trade it for. Have you seen that? That was an old
Oh
thing
no,
too.
I mean maybe of
That was
course, like a lot of things on the internet or TV, they kind of juice it up. But I mean, yeah, we've all done it. We've had different things. We've traded up. Whatever it was, got up for certain things we wanted. Things like that aren't completely gone. People still barter, trade for certain things, no doubt.
Oh, right. But you know what? The older you get, the more stuff you should have, which is new, not hand-me-down crap, like by the time you're 50, for example, right? But you have new stuff, right? And then you're trying to help out somebody else that's, trying to do something when they're in their 20s.
We collect a lot of stuff. We collect a lot of shit over the years. That is true.
Oh, man. And it gets overwhelming. So it's like the big purge, but holy crap, when I have to go through my
I'm there already.
I have to build it longer. I have to knock out a wall and just make my closet even twice as long. Stupid.
Well, the question was, did I have PayPal, right? I was one of the first ones to get
Yeah.
PayPal. I was doing eBay back in the day, and
I
I
was
was
doing
a
it.
beta, all right, where they do like they kind of test the audience and stuff. So I was like one of the first
That's
ones
cool.
signed on, which required no credit card, no bank account, which I still do not have to this day because I'm like grandfathered in. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like they
It
they
was
allowed
bought
me
out.
on that. Yeah,
I think it was bought
but I
out by a
did
bank, but
eBay.
I don't know.
You were talking Star Wars figures. I did
Still the
eBay
same.
for over 25 years. You know, I was a power seller and I sold mostly vintage toys. Old 60s GI Joes were my thing, but
Yeah, dude,
I
I
sold
have
a
tubs
lot.
full of that stuff. Still in the
Yeah,
package. I
well,
got a lot of Star Wars, man. I got like, I don't know.
that's
To be
what I was
realistic,
getting
I
ready
think
to
I got
say, but you
$67,000 worth of Star Wars just in the
Yeah,
package, never
oh yeah,
opened.
it's not hard to believe, man. Like I was getting ready to say, I sold a lot of Star Wars figures, and I understand like the double telescoping lightsaber from 1977 and all the good stuff,
Well,
but also
I know
made
the
custom
Kenner stuff is
figures.
worth
And
a
I
lot
was,
more, but they had the Hasbro, which used to be like right down the
dude, let
street
me
here,
finish.
Pawtucket,
Let me
Rhode
let,
Island.
let me.
Right down, I can walk
You
there.
won't even
Yeah,
let me
one
Binghamton,
time,
finish.
one person at a
Massachusetts.
time, please, one at a time.
Hold on, man. You won't let me get it out what I'm saying.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm done now, man. Kind of lost interest for the conversation.
Yes, you know,
Now I was
when
talking about
somebody
that
gets started off
Hasbro.
into a
Hasbro
good
made
stop, I know
Star
there
Wars
may be
figures.
some type of lag, but you know, sometimes
No,
it may
I was
need a
still
lag, you know.
talking. Sorry, man. I was just still talking. I can't get out what I was saying. It's like,
Go ahead.
no, I was making, I'm just, I lost the groove, man. I lost the groove.
There you go.
I was talking about
Next
that their
subject.
Hasbro that there was Kenner before Star Wars. They did like the first series in the 70s, but Hasbro is right down the street from me. And they just moved to Massachusetts, but I used to buy all my stuff right around here. I got a huge collection. It's huge. I got like a whole Star Wars room.
What was you talking about earlier? Forgot now, what? You had something earlier. Forget what it was. How many subjects did you cover?
Can't remember. I don't know. Cheryl asked just now, she said, how much is a pack of cigarettes? Well, I guess it varies, especially brand to brand, but yeah, I don't know. I've seen some for maybe $5 a pack. It depends on some people. It's over $10 a pack, you know. It depends on whatever brand
I think you
versus
can
that.
get a I think you can get a
Hey,
pack of
Kristen,
Marlboro here for about $7. About
I can't
$7.50, something like that.
Yeah.
I can't see his name, but yeah, I wanted to go back to the shipping prices of I think that's what we were talking about. We're talking about shipping prices with the post office.
I spend
That's
16 bucks a month and get 30 packs of cigarettes by rolling them my own out of all tobacco, So I get 300 cigarettes a month for about 16 bucks. That's the tubes and tobacco included.
Yeah, I did that at one time. I'm thinking about going back, getting the little tube roller and the tubes and the tobacco.
How the heck are you doing, Ken?
I'm doing well.
I heard you was a little stopped up. Did you go to Taco Bell and fix it? What'd you have going there?
No, I actually had to take a visit at the hospital. They had to put one of them damn tubes down my damn throat. I'm not going back doing that shit again.
you weren't
Oh no,
alien throat?
they're gonna have to fight me and knock me out for that shit, Ken. I ain't going for it.
Now I had one of them tubes when I had surgery a few years ago. When they took
Same
out
thing.
part of my
Same
colon,
thing.
but I was
They
asleep
knocked
when
you
they
out
put
with
it
a billy
in.
club?
This time I was on morphine, but I was still partially awake. I'm like, no, I'm not. They're not going to do that shit while I'm awake.
Dude, I ain't never been knocked out. I don't think they should do that. They better just tie me down or something. If I got to go through that shit, I don't know how I'm going to react, and it ain't going to be good. I can tell you that. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Watt. I went and I reviewed Limbs to Limbs nunchuck video since you was trying to get us in a competition going there, and all that. I'm not a competitive guy, but I went and watched all those videos.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, well, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, everybody should swing nunchucks. It's good for you. It's a great exercise. It helps
Butterfly
coordination
knives.
and
Come on. Butterfly knives takes talent.
I couldn't hear that.
Butterfly knives takes talent.
I like butterfly knives. I can make one walk up my arm and back down to my hand.
Nice. Oh, you know what? We have a place here that's like an antique store. They have like 20 like from 1970s or even I don't know if the 60s, but switchblades. It's not that they're illegal. You just can't carry them, They have like pearl handles and stuff.
It depends on where you are. And any blade that's over 3 1/4 inches is supposedly illegal because it can reach a human.
It exceeds that. These are illegal. They're pretty
Okay,
illegal.
a true Italian stiletto has a 6 or 7-inch blade, and there are ones that are a little bigger.
They have one like that mother of pearl, and I don't know, man. They look kind of trippy. They look like from the 60s or something.
Right. Yeah, I've had.
But you know
all
what? They're
kinds of
cheap. They're like $15 to $20. So I don't really,
Some
probably
of them
because you
are
can't
cheap.
carry them. They're illegal. But yeah,
There's
they're not worth
very
a lot because
expensive
nobody wants
ones
to have
too,
them.
though. There are very expensive ones out there too. Automatic knives in general, any automatic knife, like the U.S. military issued some for
Yeah.
the paratroopers for
Nice
cutting the lines and stuff. Those are extremely
Yep.
valuable. I had a charade my grandfather gave me, a green marble handled charade
I got
double
stuff from
switchblade
Vietnam.
pocket knife. All right, I had a
Yep.
double switchblade. It had a little buttons on both ends, and it opened like a regular pocket knife with one big blade and one little blade. It wasn't a fighting
Yeah.
knife; it was just a pocket knife, and it was a charade. All right, and he gave it to me
Yeah,
around
I hear you.
1970, and
Yep.
that knife got stolen from me, and I found
Oh,
one
that sucks.
at a gun show, and they wanted $9,000 for that knife for me to replace it.
Oh man, that blows.
Mm-hmm. I think it was my
You know
knife.
what? I've sold guns that I thought were at high price, but you know what? They were like twice as much, and I still sold them at a good price. But they were to a friend, so he's the one that pointed it out to me. He's like, "You sucker! You sold it to me for this." I found this. I was like, "Well, I don't have internet." Stupid. I got the Brownings side by each. I got a whole lot of like shafts.
You got a BAR? You say you got a BAR? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I got a lot of stocks. Thing is, I don't have a lot of the metal. I have the I have everything else. I'm just missing stuff, so I'm trying to do bartering and trying to get stuff for like I can get like full guns, right? Never mind the Hawkins.
What's your name here? I haven't even been introduced to you. What's your name? What's your handle? I'm Camo.
Yeah, I'm Brian. Brian.
What's your handle on here?
I don't know. I can't read it. I always use a different name every time I come up. I used Larry Banilo once.
No, I mean if you're in the chats, what do you go by?
Brian McFadden.
Oh, isn't that a famous sports guy? I'm not a sports guy, but that McFadden sounds familiar.
Yeah, there was a kicker for Seattle. The Eagles, Seattle, the Sea Chickens.
Didn't they do a video game or something on him?
No, there's a famous singer from Westlife from Ireland, and they keep contacting me on Facebook, and I keep messing with them because it's not me. It's a boy band, and he's gay, so I'm flattered.
Well, I guess you can't. It's just not doable. You can't go on a panel on YouTube and that subject not come up.
Right. No,
What's
I'm a
that?
musician. That's what I do. That's how I make my living. I'm a professional. I don't talk about my band. I don't promote my band. I have a couple YouTube things going on. I have a channel that we talk about and discuss and rank music. I collect records. I have record stores. I gotta, I'm kind of in the dark. I don't have a normal day job, but I make money doing it.
We'll turn the lights on.
Are there any electricians in the house? Any electricians? Anybody?
I know
Hey,
a
why?
guy, but he's in Georgia.
No, doesn't seem to be any. Doors are shut. Sorry.
I'm taller than most men, and my hair is longer than most women. I'll turn the lights on.
There you go.
I'll scare the hell out of you.
May have a role for you in my movie. Maybe to
I
use
don't
your
know.
life evidence or
Ask what? He knows I'm not lying. Hold on, I'll do it.
Yeah, but I don't scare easy.
some questions I just can't answer, you know? Casper the cartoon was good. What? Oh, B's just having a moment.
I think the last time I was
Name-
on, I think I had my
Just
beard,
naming
right?
all the beautiful
I had
things of the
top beard,
1900s.
dude. Well, let's see if I can get this to work. And the thing is, once I start bringing it on, I think my countdown on my battery is going to be like 5, 2, 3.
All three of those pests are laying right next to me, B. They learned, you know what? They went out today and found the trees. I found this one dude
People,
20 feet off the
people
ground.
said I had. They're like, oh, hold on. Last time I was on, I had my hat on, right? I had my hat. And they were like, oh, take off your hat. Let's see how bald you are. And I took off my hat. My hair fell down. I'm starting to yank on it. It was funny. He was there. Watto was there.
If we was here, of course I was here. Why wouldn't I be here? How would you even have gotten
Yeah,
in
you
here?
remember
If I
that?
was
They
here?
were like, hey, take off
Yeah.
your hat. Let's see how bald you are. Right? Remember that?
We can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, man. I think that person left the chat.
It is
We
not
got-
a bald spot. It is a solar panel for a sexy machine.
They're high-end Egyptian hair extensions. So you got 3
Oh,
cats.
man.
What, you figured out if they're boys or girls yet? What are you working with?
It's like
Well,
almost
the
down.
cats I
Well,
got-
it's
I
down
got-
my
I
waist
got
at
2
least.
males. You talking to me? What?
Yeah. What you got? What's your cat scenario? Boys,
Well,
girls?
you know, last winter the female kitten came up out of nowhere in the middle of the 40-degree below zero shit, and I took her in. And in a few months, she started getting fat before she even got full size. And then she ended up spitting 4 kittens out in my truck here. One of them didn't make it, but I got 2 male kittens and a female kitten, and well, they're growing fast. Like I said, they found trees today, and I found one of them 20 feet off the ground, up in a tree, looking at me like, "What?" You know. And they're in the stage of adventure. They're into every fucking thing. They jump on me and follow me everywhere. It's like a fucking zoo.
Oh, yeah.
Well, your mama cat. What can I say? Yeah, I think it's noble to do that for, animals.
No, Mama
have
Cat's
a lot
still
of
here
adopt-
too. No, Mama Cat's
I
still
keep
here. I'm not
adopting
Mama.
pit bulls. Yeah, I got one left, and my last one was 19. This one is 16. I hope I can get another 3 years out of it, but I think I'm
Dang.
going to be moving, and I'm going to have so she doesn't have to go up and down stairs anymore. It's
And
gonna
you've
be,
owned
Oh,
cats longer than I've had a
yeah,
relationship.
in and out. Yeah, she'll be
I
fine.
actually had
She'll be
a
good for another
cat
2
I
years.
got when I was 6. His name was Cougar, and he lived till 19 too. So I get it.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, cats are different, right? Yeah, I know they usually live longer, but the thing is, the smaller the body, the longer they live. Not like a Great Dane because he's big and big heart stuff. So the
Huh.
smaller the heart, the
Oh,
longer they live.
Cougar was huge though.
30
Cougar weighed
pounds. Yeah.
24 pounds. He weighed
Like
24
keep it
pounds.
around
He walked like
30.
a bulldog.
There you go. I like it. I like that reference.
He did. He had
No,
forearms and
it's a
shit.
thing.
Yeah, he would smack the
You
shit
know,
out of something.
I understand that there's like that animal attraction, and sometimes like an animal will take to you, and sometimes they have that quote unquote familiar, which is like an owl. It might be a crow. It might be a bunny. It might be a
I
snake.
like all critters, man. I like all critters, and even the ones
Right.
that taste good.
I'm not discounting just a dog, but holy crap, man! What my dog and I have as a bond is something I'll never get with a human. It's something I can't even describe, but it's more.
Oh,
Oh man, it's more communicative. You know, you know what? She just has to point stuff. She doesn't even bark. She just has to point. She does stuff with her ears. That's why you don't cut their
I was
ears or cut
going
their
through
tail.
my photos.
Talking.
I was going through my pictures a few years back, and I never really realized it until then. But I've had dozens of cats and dogs and horses and pigs and chickens, and
Oh,
we've
right
had
on.
everything, deer and skunk
Yeah.
and
Yep.
raccoons, and just we grew up with that stuff, and I just really didn't really think about it till I'd seen the whole. I'm going to make a collage of all of them one day. I think Cheryl
Process.
saw a few.
Yeah. 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 You know what? And that job is never done. It's 24/7, 7 days, 24/7 a year. You know what I mean? You're always mucking stalls, or you're always feeding something. You're always making sure fresh water. Right.
Pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't
No,
do it, nobody
my
else is
cousin.
going.
Yeah, when my cousin died in Texas, she invested in quarter horses, right? In Texas, and she was gonna basically breed them and stuff, and she made a killing, but you know what? There's a lot of work, uh, more work than
Yeah,
one person,
grew up with
two,
Tennessee
three,
Walkers and
10 people can
Morgans.
handle. Yeah, there's a lot to it.
yeah. Oh, man, no doubt.
Hey, respect to you, man. That's a lot of looking after too. That's that's shepherd stuff. Looking over your flock. That's you got your
I
gang.
don't
You
have
got
no thought, man. I'm a loner. The
right on.
critters just come to me. All right. I just
Yeah, I've been there when they I've been there with piglets and growing up until it's like a year where they're suckling and let's go barbecue time. I've seen it. A little nuts.
well, I've
Not
butchered a
on my
bunch of
land.
stuff.
I've
As
seen
a matter of fact, I've killed so many chickens and stuff in my life. I don't even want chicken.
Oh, I know. Well, I think they bring rats. They bring like mice and shit. My friend did the chicken coop, and it's in New England, so it gets like sometimes -20 degrees here, but he has the heat lamps and stuff going on, right? But every time every time I see something on the news like, oh, chicken coop up or a barn up in flames or whatever, keep thinking it's him. It's not. It's always like somebody else, like the next town over. But holy crap, I'm always like scared of what he does. And he's always getting fresh eggs. So he leaves them out. He doesn't put them in the fridge, right? And they still stay for like a couple months, without spoiling or whatever. It's kind of nuts. He knows a lot more about it than I do, but he taught me to break the myths about eggs. But people are freaked out about salmonella. Now we got this Taylor Farms lettuce thing going on. It's not going to be the last time. It's just this time, right?
Oh, no. Having a cat off.
But yeah, having chickens is crazy. But I can't imagine killing a pig like I don't know every month
Pussy
on the
fest at
month.
Watts World. It is a pussy fest, ladies and gentlemen.
This is pretty much my favorite. He's like twice as
Yeah.
big as
Hey, Red
everybody
Pill
else.
had
How
one up
often
there.
you
I
got a
just
cat
noticed.
though? Yeah, we've been trying to rescue, which we have in the past, but we not lately because they usually die, but of old age. But we try and rescue the black cats out of the shelter because
Man,
sometimes they
coon.
take them
Oh, yeah, that's a
sacrifice
big
in here in Island, voodoo shit or whatever.
one. Here we go. Damn, look at how big that cat is, man. It's like
Yeah, you
Garfield's
always
big
try to
brother.
rescue them first, man. Especially if they have fangs.
Yeah, he's trying to look for that lasagna, bro.
This cat definitely knows how to eat.
It's like a human wrapped in a shawl just sitting on your shoulder, you know?
Oh
You
yeah, right
say
on.
he, you say
He's-
he, and it looks like a calico. Is that a male calico?
No, he's a
I don't know cats
no.
that well, but
He,
yeah,
he-
I think there's one breed that's always
he's
a
kind of like
male, and
striped.
there's one breed that's always a female. So that's why they use those different
And,
terms.
yeah, he's strut.
I was gonna say, man, a male calico is worth a fortune.
I buy the black one, so I got a black cat. I keep it simple.
Yeah.
Black
There
like
you
my
go.
coffee.
This one can't stay out of my lap.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, they have to bond too, especially if they're new. You know, I don't know about stroking is a good idea. They might get weird and start scratching at you and stuff, especially if it's young.
It could definitely get weird, no doubt.
You know, we had a male Maine Coon. He was a monster too. He was
Oh my
huge,
God.
and
Dude, that's a big
his
dog.
name was Ben. After
Yeah.
Ben Franklin, but he loved to be petted. But when you quit petting him, he would bite you, and you knew how you had to get out of there. All right, that's when he got pissed.
Mine does that too. If
Picture
you
a
quit,
wolf that's
he'll start
actually
biting
a
you.
cat. Yeah, that's a wolf, man. That thing is like 40 pounds, 50 pounds.
Man, that's a lot of eggs, B.
Yeah, I think she's
That's
working
a
on the
lot
bee
of
colonies,
deviled eggs.
beefing up her beehives.
You know, I'll bet you if you deviled all those eggs, this panel could probably take that on.
Oh man, deviled eggs are awesome. Good call.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Hey, that
Deviled
may be an
eggs,
event,
yeah.
you know? Deviled egg eat all.
Yeah, now we're talking.
I can't see the panel either, so I'm not watching the panel, but hello everybody.
I don't know the name of the cats, but I remember I used to work with this guy at this particular job. He was like my foreman. He was pretty cool. Went to he had a couple barbecues we went to, but anyway, he was used to be in the military to some degree, and he met his wife overseas. She was from Asia somewhere, but they bred these cats. I don't know what kind of cats these were, but these were huge cats. These were like long-haired cats. I mean, these things. It's probably the
Short-haired cats?
biggest like house cat or whatever I ever seen. I forget what they were, like some type of Himalayan long-haired
Siamese?
cat or something. But they sold those cats, man. They made
Oh, yeah, I know
he
what you're
made
talking
bank off of selling those cats. It was crazy.
Yeah, what color?
Did
Were
they
they
have
white?
the flat faces? Did they have the flat faces?
What's
That's
that?
what I'm thinking. Yeah, the Persian,
It was
right?
kind of.
If it was
It wasn't.
if it was a Himalayan, they probably had the flat
It was.
faces. You know what I'm talking
Oh,
about?
yeah,
Where they
yeah.
It
got
was like a
Remember now.
cat-like face, but it definitely had its own little feature. Man, I can't remember. He told me the specific kind they were, but
yeah. There's another breed that's like a Maine Coon, but they got really long noses and bigger ears.
this
Is
is
that what you mean?
Can I respond to your Maine Coon response? Sometimes we see them wild out here in like the middle of like the suburbs and really in the middle of the woods and stuff. But yeah, we got mountains and cliffs and things, but we're not like New Hampshire or
Yeah,
something.
go to the house for the barbecue. He's like, "You don't mind cats, do you?" And I was like, "No, they're cool." You know.
Yeah, we got
And then I
bears
start hearing
too.
footsteps come at me. I'm like, "Whoa!" He said cat,
Coyotes,
and I'm
we got
hearing the
raccoons.
footsteps. You know what the heck's going on here?
Have you ever seen a savannah?
I don't know,
I
but I've
haven't.
always wanted
seen
a
planes.
American mountain lion kitten. I've always wanted one of them.
We had a savannah cat. They get as big as a dog.
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting breed.
they aren't cheap either.
What is,
Oh,
right?
sure, yeah. I wouldn't even know where the heck you find that at. Certain pets.
They're bred with an African serval and something else, but they get huge.
Like
Those
a baby
servals
lion.
will hiss at you. They hiss at everything, man. You walk up to a serval, even if it loves you and wants to be petted, it's gonna hiss at you and growl and shit. They're funny.
And that's what
Yeah.
Savannah's are bred from, African servals.
Got a little bit of that serval in it. Yeah.
Yep.
Can't get rid of that serval. It's always there. It's crazy. Yeah, man.
Well, it depends on the cat and the dog, Jerry, because I've seen cats dominate the shit out of the meanest Dobermans and
All right,
pit bulls and shit.
You guys were talking about a movie. You were talking about movies earlier. So hold on. I just switched gears and asked you about a movie. If you've seen the trailer, it's with Brad Pitt. It's coming out. I don't know, September, I think. It's called Heart of a Hero, I think. It's about a dog and him going through battles in Afghanistan and Iraq and everything else, right? And the dog has PTSD, and never mind that he's got PTSD. So they're like a service animal, and they went through the same experience, and they just help each other. It's not about the fight
Man,
in the dog.
I'm still got just a stress disorder over old Yeller. I don't want to
Yeah,
see any
well,
movie where
hold
the
on.
dog dies. Tell me right
They
now,
crash
does the
land
dog
in the
die?
middle of the plains. They crash land in the middle
You
of
didn't, you
like
didn't answer
nowhere,
me. I said straight up, does the
and they
dog
have to
die or not?
survive
If the
in
dog dies
nature.
in the movie, I don't want to see it.
Probably. More than likely, yeah. Just make that assumption.
Yeah, it's like a John Wick situation. I don't want to see that. It just pisses me off. I don't want to see a dog die.
No,
But
the
it could
dog's not
survive,
killed.
though.
Hold on. In fact, the dog has metal teeth, and there's a little cut scene where they say, "Hey, what happened
Oh,
with his
okay.
metal teeth?" Oh,
Okay.
the guy that I was trying to arrest threw a brick at his face, and it broke all his teeth. He's like,
Damn.
"Oh, well, what'd you do about it? I hope you taught him a lesson." He's like, "Yeah, I shot him in the head."
Adequate.
Look it up. I think it's called Heart of the Brave, but it's the new Brad Pitt movie, 2026. It's on YouTube.
And
Yeah,
you
that sounds
promised
like a
me
lot.
the
There's a
dog
lot
dies.
happening in that movie, no doubt.
Well, he's got to promise me that the dog don't die, or I don't see other dogs get blowed up, or nothing like that.
If he's got
No,
metal teeth,
nothing like
they'll
that.
protect better.
They're stuck out in the middle of the wilderness and they're protecting each other. So it's the opposite of oh my God, what was that Charlton Heston movie? Remember that with the sled dogs? And it was just him and the dog, and they had to split like one can of whatever the hell it was, beans.
Mad Max
Yeah.
moment.
No. Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild. It's a better take on that.
Well, I know that one. I mean, I
It's
used to
Brad
go to the
Pitt. At least
museum.
you took a look at, right?
No,
And the
Call of the
dog, I
Wild was
think, is the
actually
star. Brad Pitt
Call
is
of
the
the Wild to
co-star.
me
The
is
dog is
not
the
that.
star.
The Call of the Wild to me is the Fred Bear Museum in Grayling, Michigan, that was there for years and years. The Archer, that Ted Nugent sings about in the song.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I like Nugent. I've liked them ever
It
since
also got
the beginning, 73,
yeah,
69.
back when he did the song Call of the Wild. Remember that with the Amboy Duke?
Amboy Dukes, yes, sir. Yep, that's where I was going. Journey to the Center of Your Mind.
Well, that's the one everyone knows, but I like Living in the Woods.
Yeah, well,
and,
that's where I started.
Pony
Yeah, that's where I
Express. And,
Stranglehold. Yep.
well, that was Ted Nugent after the Amboy Dukes, but I love everything Ted. I've seen him many, many times.
I agree.
I've been following him since back then.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Camero's
the
about as
only
pro Ted as you're going to find.
He's the only celebrity, I guess, or musician, or anything that I even trust or follow anymore in this crooked world. Ted Nugent's the only one I still endorse.
Man, he's outlasted them all.
You know
Still
what?
kicking.
His
Hey.
interviews are very funny. I think they're very interesting. So I don't really have an opinion either way. And I don't get into politics, so I don't give a shit what he says. Right? It doesn't affect me because I don't care. I do hunt,
Well,
so I do
you know,
listen to
I
what he
can
talks
say
about.
this about that. I can say this about that. All right, Ted Nugent started off playing the guitar for the Amboy Dukes, and
Yeah.
he couldn't really find singers. He had Derek St. Holmes and stuff, but he couldn't always get a singer. And when he started to sing, I kind of didn't like it. I just wished he'd play the guitar. And there's been times where he talks politics that I just wish he wouldn't talk politics and play the
Oh, right.
guitar.
At the
So I
time,
kind of
right?
get what you.
It wasn't
Well,
Margaret
no, I love. I
Thatcher.
mean,
It wasn't Ronald Reagan, right? You know what I
it's
mean?
not
Yeah, I
so much
understand.
that it's just the over
Nixon.
amount of it at times.
Yeah,
He's
Nixon.
usually right. He does.
I
He
understand.
is a. He's
I think
usually
it's
right.
funny when I think it's funny when bands record it, such as like Dead Kennedys in 1985, and it's still Reaganomics and all that kind of stuff, right? Margaret Thatcher, you know, and whatever the prime minister was. But you know, it ages, I think, brilliantly because you can still make fun of it because it's an era, or it's a bygone era that you can make fun of and look back at and being like, oh my god, I can't believe I grew through that, you know. Reaganomics, that was another one.
Well,
Winnebago
I'm
Warrior.
just north. I'm just north of Detroit here, east of Flint, and Ted Nugent grew up around this area, and I was able to see him a whole lot. You know, at a lot of concerts. They used to do like the Whiplash Bash, New Year's Eve down at Cobo Arena and stuff all the time. And you know,
Yeah, yeah.
I've
My
seen
good
him a
friend
whole lot.
Logan lives in Michigan, and he knows everything from like Taste, Rory Gallagher. He knows like all this stuff. Like you guys up there in Detroit and everything, you guys know all the stuff when you're like born and bred, like 10 years old, 12 years old. It just strangleholds you, and you get all the 70s on it. It's great. He knows that stuff. It's crazy. He knows it from his parents.
Oh yeah, MC5, The Frost, fucking Mitch Ryder, fucking all
Exactly.
them guys, man. They're all from
Oh
around
yeah,
here, you
even
know.
Funkadelic. Yeah, Funkadelic. Dude, he knows all that shit. We've been doing
Grand Funk,
series
man. I
like
grew up on
Robin
that
Trower.
shit.
Hold on, Jeff
Oh
Beck.
yeah, Bridge of Sighs.
Yeah.
That whole album, Bridge of Sighs, front to back, is a
Oh
beautiful
yeah,
thing.
that's the stuff we've been doing. We've been starting the series of pick your 3 favorite albums, pick a year. They started in 1969, then they did 1970, 1971, 1972, 1973. We just did last week. 1974 is coming up next
Now,
month.
do you got a channel here on YouTube?
Yeah, slogans,
Yeah,
rock and
where are
metal
you doing all this?
extravaganza.
Listen, I got to ask you questions now, because where are you doing this? And let me finish talking, because on a
Yes, sir.
regular basis, you can go over to my community page and you'll see that on a regular basis, I go and I find the newest listed full albums I can find that I love, like the ones like Hair of the Dog. You can listen to the whole album, and I
Yes,
post
sir.
them for everybody to listen to, because if you can get them that are
Follow
under a
you.
year old on YouTube, then they'll be commercial free. All right. If you find one that's been on there for 7 years, it's gonna be full of
Yes,
fucking
sir.
interruptions and shit. But if you can find one that's been posted within the last year, it will be commercial free. And I share a lot of those old albums, you know.
Yeah. I've been doing 45s and 10 inches and you know, even single 12 inches. But yeah, I collect a lot of records. I've already shown all my mess to to Waddy over here, but that was a couple of months ago.
No,
It's
Cheryl,
all
did you
doom
know
and
that
stoner
Meatloaf
metal.
sang for
Oh yeah,
one of the
one of
Ted
a kind.
Nugent's most famous albums called Free for All? Meatloaf sang half the
Yeah,
songs on that album. All
yeah.
right. Together, I Love You So I Told
Oh
You a
yeah, I'm
Lie, Writing
familiar
on
with
the
all his
Wall.
work, man. I listen to a lot of prog rock, so I'm still back in the 70s and 60s. I listen to a lot of progressive rock. Yes, even like Camel, Weather Report, um, God, Genesis. I'm all over the old stuff.
That's not what
The
I
old,
mean. All right. I guess it's
yeah.
Genesis, you know, but it's
No, never
I'm
mind
stuck
3 Seconds
somewhere
Live, but
between.
yeah, I'm talking. You know, I still listen to Peter Gabriel. I listen to all that synth wave. The metal I listen to is you'll pull your hair out. It's progressive black metal, and a lot of it's
Well,
from Europe and
I know
Scandinavia.
everything you just said, including the Peter Gabriel, Games Without Frontiers, War Without Tears. You know,
I still have my Steve
yep.
Miller over here. I still got my Bob Segers.
Oh yeah. I mean, 2 + 2 is on my mind.
We've done a lot of episodes, but I've been able to talk about like Demonic Death Judge. I've even done a 2.5 hour thing on Bell Witch. That's a 2-man band, and that is the craziest
Yeah.
funeral
Just the
doom metal you'll
darkness
ever
of those
hear.
names make me not go there. I mean, in
Yeah,
this world, the
yeah.
way it is now, I avoid everything satanic that I can. I will post things like old Black Sabbath
Oh, it's
because
usually
a lot of
pagan. It's
people
not
think,
satanic. It's
yeah,
pagan.
well, now listen, some of it is, and I don't appreciate the symbolism in a lot of it, but I will post things like Black Sabbath songs because I got more of a warning out of those
Oh,
than
they're
anything.
Christian.
Just
Yeah, they're actually a
find the
Christian band in my
lyrics.
opinion. Yeah.
You mean
Never
like
mind the crosses
Bride? You
all
ever
over
heard
the
of
place with
Bride?
Ozzy, and God bless his heart because it's been exactly a year, I think yesterday, that he passed away. But yeah, he always had crosses and whatever, trying to get rid of
Oh,
hexes.
with the lyrics, even though everybody back in the 70s was calling it, devil music and stuff, I got warnings from those lyrics. To me, it
Oh,
sounded like
never
Ozzy was
mentioned
trying to
devil
tell
music.
me that there's a choice to make and you better make the right choice.
Your discretion is advised.
Well, the stuff I listen to, it's not even in English, but it's screaming at you anyway. So that's the stuff I buy, and I got like 200 records of that.
Nice.
A lot of them are like first prints. A lot of them are out of print. Seven Sisters of Sleep is from New York, and if you like a didgeridoo in your doom stoner metal for a solo, you should check it out. It's called War Master. They
That
got a
one I'd
video.
probably check out. You ever heard of a band called Bride?
I haven't.
It was a Christian
That's with
rock
Dimmu
band. You talk
Borgir.
about
Do I
thrashing
listen
metal.
to
You said you like
Delicat?
thrashing metal. That's about as hard rock as a Christian band ever got.
Oh, I listen to all those bands that you can't read the logo for.
Those ones I'll avoid, man, because I don't know what it means, and words mean a lot and stuff. I like to know what they mean.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I'll tell you what it is, but it's usually pagan. It's not satanic. It's pagan. It's different. They don't worship the devil. It's just gray.
I'm more like Ted Nugent, Deep Purple, ZZ Top, Leonard Skinner. I'm old. I'm stuck somewhere between like 67 to 85.
See, hold on a second. You celebrate Christmas? Do you have a tree? That's all pagan. Do you have a
I
Yule log
don't
with the
do any of
solstice
that. I haven't.
first?
I
Do you
haven't.
have
No,
do
I
you have a
don't.
working altar? Do you know anything about
You'd be
Krampus?
surprised
I'm
how
from
I live,
Germany. I
brother.
grew
I
up
don't
on all
have
that
any of
creepy
that.
shit. Yeah,
You'd probably
Krampus.
be.
Check
You'd
that out.
probably.
That's a real thing.
I know about Krampus too, but I don't have any of that, and I don't really. The way I celebrate Christmas is with these folks, all these lonely hearts here on YouTube. I
No,
usually go live
it's all about family and
on
what
the
you got left.
holidays or something.
Yeah, I only have to buy one present.
Well, I make stuff for people sometimes. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh man, do you like carvings? I got stuff.
I mean,
Hold on. Let me unblock you. My battery's holding out. I know when I get on with a video, I have to get on real quick and get off within like 30 seconds. But I'll show you something.
I get. There's a word, I guess. It's somewhat what I'm like a minimalist. All right, I own only what I use and what I need. I don't have any knickknacks or decorations or anything like that.
All right.
Nice. Must be the show and tell time.
Hold on. Come on, you know what I'm showing.
I mean, we got about 45 seconds. You know.
Trying to see if my batteries hold on. I have to use it on Saturday. Can you see it?
Let's see.
Rawr, rawr. Dude,
Oh, yeah.
It's carved out of one piece of wood by an inmate
Yeah.
in prison in Hawaii.
Cheryl
My
wants to
father-
know what the bidding starts at.
My father would no, hold on. In prison, my father was whatever correction officer in the prison, and he gave it to them when he I don't know what he said. I think he said 5 years or something. And can you see it? And he gave it to
Yeah,
him
but you
when
got-
he was released.
Chat needs to know what the bidding starts at when you start showing stuff like
What do you
that.
want to open it up at?
$5.
No, it's all tiki stuff, man, but it's from Hawaii. So
Have
it's
you ever seen a movie from 1973 or 2? It's called The Trilogy of Terror. I'm getting a real Trilogy of Terror
Yeah,
vibe off of
right?
that.
Yeah. The third story, right? Tiki doll.
Mhm.
The other.
Could be just an episode of Days of the Dead.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, and
That's
she put it in
exactly
the
it.
oven,
You're right.
and then she got possessed by it. Like, yeah, come on over. She's stabbing the floor. You
No,
see this?
yeah, that was the
Exactly
end. But what it was is
It's all
you don't. I
hand
didn't see
glass.
no little
I
gold
have
necklace
no
on that thing.
idea.
You already lost. Listen, you're screwed, man. I didn't see no necklace. The necklace was gone.
I have no idea how this sent. And it was from Etsy, right? Or Pinterest, one of those. And they sent it to me, and it didn't break in shipping. And the thing is, it came just like regular postal. It didn't come
Fascinating.
UPS. It didn't come DHL. It didn't come any of that. Fucking
Right.
crazy. You see the claws?
It's like visual static.
Hold on, I got something else. I got more. Hold on.
Trust me, I was here. I know.
Oh yeah, it's boring for you.
I'm always here somewhere.
Holy crap! I gotta move. And the thing is, that's
Know what you're trying to do. You're trying to bait me into it, show and tell, but I'm not showing. Very little telling. As a matter of fact, very little telling and absolutely no showing. There was going to be some showing, but now I'm just anti-show. I'm
Yeah.
anti-show for myself. But what do you got? What did you bring back? A half a bass boat? What the heck is even that? It's like Mothra.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I don't know what we're seeing. Let's see. Let me make it big for a minute. The heck is that? You got a gargoyle? Oh, you got a falcon. An eagle.
Card.
Crested eagle.
Card.
Check you out.
Hold on.
Family crest of Moose is Loose. The family
Weird.
crest.
Can you see the eyes?
Man, check that. I can't zoom in or nothing. Yeah, you got to control all that.
Say no.
Very
Oh,
limited.
ow.
Be careful. Don't get a splinter. Don't get a lower extremity splinter because of this. Nice. Definitely some man hours in that thing.
Oh man, it's like
Is that mahogany? Egyptian mahogany?
yeah,
Be a Persian.
yeah.
So probably a Persian teak wood.
Bonnie's got $10 on the Eagle.
$10, $10. Can I get a $10? 10, 10, 10, 10. Can I get a 15, 15,
I got
15,
something
15,
for you,
15,
what?
Yeah. Oh,
This
shit. There we go.
is made out of wood.
Oh,
Roll
yeah,
Tide.
I like that.
I'm thinking
Oh,
about
see, you
painting
know
it
what I
like
mean?
red, white, and blue.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm gonna give it a Trump hat. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make
It
this
is
thing.
cool, though. I like it. It's solid wood.
Yeah, solid wood.
Oh, man. I ain't even got one of those. All right. I like it because I ain't got one. That's cool. I respect that.
You know, sitting right here in front of me, I've got a Trump hat that says "Reelect that motherfucker," hand signed by Ted Nugent.
Right on, man. I'm MAGA. I don't care who knows.
Now, you need to keep that for the time
overwhelming
capsule.
majority. The thing is, I'm not setting on fire at
Oh.
the 86 FBI.
Here comes Sharon with a low blow. Here comes Sharon with the elbow off the top rope from nowhere. Nobody even knows Sharon was in the match, and she just hits me with the elbow off the top ropes.
Yeah, You know what?
Hey,
I
brother
got
R.
something
Sharon,
else.
what's going on?
I'll show you something else.
Man.
Hold on. I got this sitting right here. This is what I've been listening to all week. I'll show you
I don't think you got it. Don't even talk about it if you ain't gonna be about it. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
What?
No, people
Hold
like
on,
to
I hit
paint
the
a
wrong
picture.
button. Sorry, y'all. Hold on.
People love painting the picture, man.
Sorry.
Fucking
What you got here?
awesome album. That's funk jazz fusion.
What we
Man.
looking at? Hold on. We didn't even see it. We don't know what we saw.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
you know.
birthday. By
You gotta wait for the
New Birth.
click. You gotta wait for the click. There you go. Nice.
That looks like them 1,000-year-old Chinese eggs that are supposed to be a gourmet meal.
Hold
I
on.
think that is. That's the
Hold on.
instructionary Chinese manual for eating and preparing them.
Hold on to your britches. Here it comes. Here comes the cocaine. Hold on. I'm trying to think what year it is.
Oh, it's already been delivered. There ain't,
Oh my
there
God,
ain't
it's
no other way.
Billy Joel fucking era.
Now,
Hold on. I'm trying to
Like,
find
went
the
out the
year.
vault. This one ain't seen light in 5 years. Watch this.
1971. Cocaine.
Yeah, huh? An
Yeah.
oldie but a goodie. That is a
Oh my
moment,
God.
dude. That is like
You know
that
what?
captured
I
that
was so
moment.
inspired to grow out my hair. I wanted an afro just like this, just like it. And you know what? My hair just did something else.
It's all right, you know.
Oh my God! Look at the scarf.
Yeah,
Look at the
looking like
wand.
Harry Potter. Looking
We
like a
got a
young Harry Potter.
lightsaber.
yeah,
Holy
no,
crap.
having hair like that wasn't all it was cracked up to be.
Yeah.
Because I was looking through 1973 and 1971. So I was,
There you
oh
go.
man.
I
And you know
have a
what?
feeling
Having
you
it,
could do this all night long.
this one's good. And I pulled out the OJs, but I was a year too late. 1970. I love the fucking
Oh,
OJs, man. This album is always on. Like I don't even put it away. I just keep it on top of my record player.
audience like that. They like the OJs. Look at that.
Yeah, the
Look at that
OJs are
imagery.
awesome, man.
Yeah, hold
And I
that
got
there for him. Let's
like
look
the
at that
birds. I
imagery.
got
No,
the
bring the
yard
image
birds.
back.
I got
Yeah,
bread.
bring the image back and talk about it.
Yeah, you
Bring
want
the
to talk
album
about
back up. Let's see that image. Yeah, you can talk about it. We got to see the imagery. This is important. This is very
Oh
critical.
man. All
No,
right.
the other
Yeah,
one. The other one.
when my old man passed, I got his
Gorilla
records.
eating the cake on the beach.
Half those records were my records, right? That he was trying to hide.
All
But
right,
I
maybe
couldn't
not.
keep it. It's like it was nice. Hey, I got my Kiss back. I got my Black Sabbath back.
All right, you got
Yeah.
my favorite album, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, 1969. You got my favorite album.
This thing is mint.
Oh, dude, don't open it. It loses value. Oh, he opened it live on air. I like it. That's
Oh
dedication.
yeah, it's super
That's
clean, dude.
dedication, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that thing, pristine, huh?
Oh yeah. I take care
Yeah,
of it.
somebody was
I got
definitely
Atlas.
brought into the
I got
world off of
all
that
those
album, no doubt. Yeah, put that thing away, brother. Hell yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm into Motown. I'm into funk. Even with the holy crap, with the funkadelic, I like a lot of that. Frank Zappa, I'm into. I have a lot of that. I have a lot of death metal, black metal, stoner
Yeah.
metal, doom metal. And all the classic rock stuff and synthwave 80s. I have all those too.
There you go. Very diversified musical portfolio. I like it. I think everybody
Yes.
probably wanted to have that Bob Ross hairdo, you know? They wanted it, but they just didn't know the maintenance
And I
behind
wanted
it,
the
you know?
Afro Puffs. I wanted the Afro Puffs. That's what I was
Just
going
can't be
for.
going
I
around
wanted,
dripping
Yeah.
curl shine on everybody, you know what I
Now
mean?
if I do
And
boys,
even hot
I
after
I'm gonna
wanted
look like
straight
Chrissy from
fucking hair.
Company.
Having curly ass hair was a pain in the ass. Mine didn't grow down, it grew out. And I had a lot of it in the 70s. And I was like the only white guy I knew that carried a goody pick around because that's the only thing that goes through my hair. No brush or
Hold
comb was
on,
going to do it.
Nice.
hold on.
Old school
I have
goodies. I
videos.
like it.
If you look at Slogans Rock and Metal Extravaganza Warehouse YouTube, no, not Warehouse. I'm sorry. Slogans Rock and Metal Extravaganza YouTube channel. You'll see me with the beard and fingers like down to here. I look like ZZ Top or Zach Wild or something.
Nice.
Hey, Lily.
Stop. Well, hold on. It's white because everything used to be red. So everything gray is used to be red. I'm a Mick.
Mhm. Got a little pre-carrot top going on there. I like it.
Oh yeah.
You didn't have to,
Gotta
you didn't
embrace
even
it.
have to
Holy
put a
crap! I
damn.
know. Get the Lucille Ball, dude. Carrot Top would be the best Lucille Ball ever
Yeah.
put on
If
video.
Lucille
like a
Ball and Carrot Top had a love
bio-
child,
yeah,
yeah, that was your experience. I
biopic,
can see
whatever they
that.
call it.
Wow.
all built and shit, right?
Yeah, I just too much of a mental
Doesn't
image,
have
bro.
to grow titties. Just fucking
Whoa.
chest muscles and pecs are
I
sticking
just
out.
made myself dizzy. Yeah, I just remember. Yeah, let's not bring that up again. Whoa.
Breathe deep, the
Yeah,
gathering
hold on. Let's get there. Let's have a moment.
from every room.
All right, I'm good. If y'all are good, I'm good.
I appreciate you having
Yeah.
me on.
Oh, no doubt. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you. Yeah, no doubt. Makes me
I
want to go
wanted
buy
thank
some
everybody
vinyl.
in the
I've got some
studio.
vinyl. I
I'm
don't
not
know what
leaving
all I
yet,
got.
but
I bought some
pretty
like at the
much
flea markets. Just, the dude said, I asked him, what do you want for me? I just buy a box of them. But I don't got a record player. I need to invest in one so I can listen to them. But no
Hey,
doubt, I grew up hearing
think
it.
I should show
My
them?
grandparents,
I'll
they
show you
had
the
record
record.
players at different times. I remember my mom, she had one when we was younger. I don't know whatever happened to it. I don't tell it how long she had it before then, but yeah, I remember it ran like a champ for the longest. But yeah, I'm gonna eventually invest in one of these days.
Yeah,
Yeah, the movie.
I used to have a huge album collection, but unfortunately, years ago, someone broke in a storage shed I had and wiped me out of everything I had in there.
What a piece of crap.
Hey, I might bring up this. Well, I got you guys are talking about this. I just want to mention a life hack that disco records make great ski.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
Hold on, man. I got
That's
something to
why
show
they
you.
call it
Uh-oh, what you got?
I know
You
you
went and got
probably
his
don't know
disco
who
collection.
you probably don't know who this
All right,
is,
let's
but
see.
it's 1992, right? The 4 record set.
Nice. What we looking at? Oh, you got the extended. Oh man, check you out. You got the briefcase with it. I have no
All
idea.
different.
Oh damn, check you out. It's a trifold. Who's
Has
the
a
artist?
CD.
I have no idea.
This thing has been like repressed, been sold to like 7 different labels since 1991. And it's one song.
Anytime you open up a
1
double
hour
album,
and
you got to
3
be
minutes.
careful. All right? Every time you open up a double album like that, you got to be careful because there might be weed in there you're gonna spill.
No, there's
There
a
we go.
45. There's all kinds of posters. Have you heard of these guys? I saw them like
Check you out.
Farmville. They've been around different
There you
Louisiana.
go. Speaking of the weed, huh?
Yeah, Mule Boy.
Can't
That's
make
a
this
singer.
type of stuff up, ladies and
It's
gentlemen. It's
heavy
all in the
bass
matrix.
fuzz. Can you see it?
Okay, do you got Big Bamboo? You got an album called Big Bamboo?
I don't have Chong before my time.
So you don't
but I
have the
got,
big
I
rolling
think
paper. Did you hear what I asked you earlier, though? You got my favorite album, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, 1969.
I don't have that. No. Have
Hmm.
you seen something like
Boy,
that?
two.
What
You
we
didn't
got
get.
here?
The artist that did this, he was 93 years old when he painted this, and that was like, I don't know, 13 years ago. He's dead, but he died at 98.
I used to
Hold
love the
on.
album on
Here's the whole thing.
Molly
I have a
Hatchet.
flag on my wall. I have a
You
flag
mean
on my
Flirting
wall.
with
The whole
Disaster
wall.
or Beating the Odds? The first
oh,
two
oh,
Molly
no.
Hatchet albums were way better than the rest.
Oh yeah, both of those. They were great.
Check
I
it.
had both of them.
Fascinating.
Now, does that
Like
look
the
like
human.
prog to you?
What does that
It
look
is.
like to you, ladies and gentlemen? This is a test. What does that look like to you?
Does it look like
I
prog? Does it
didn't
look like
see it.
doom metal? Does it look like contemporary? By Hanging
Well,
Up the Moon.
We'll be on the exam later.
Honest to God, I have a flag, but if I unplug my phone, the thing's gonna die.
Probably death metal.
No. Funeral Doom.
Dang.
I'm
Yeah.
hearing sirens all around me again. I don't think it's me they're after though.
Purple. It's
Check you out.
beautiful. Oh, hold on, Stygian Bow. They have another band. And it's only two people. It's a guy that plays bass and guitar at the same time with keys, like the big Hammond B3, like pedals and stuff, like Geddy Lee does with Rush.
Morley pedals.
Yeah, and this is like an hour and a half. This whole like you got to make plans to sit down and play both albums,
Yeah, no doubt.
and it's all reverse.
A
But
lot
yeah,
to
it's
unfold
called
for sure.
hold on, yeah, Bell Witch, Mirror Reaper. I already did a ranking greatest, well, whatever, ranking the albums for the whole catalog. It's 4 albums and Stygian Bow, and then they just came out with a new one, and then they just come out with another new one. So it's dated like 3 years.
Hmm.
Well, that sounds like
Oh yeah,
something 420 all bragging. would
that was
listen
a 2.5 hour, 3 hour conversation just talking about like, yeah, basically
Oh
4
yeah, no
hours.
doubt. Don't be promoting any audio vandalism now.
Oh no, I did Metallica. Metallica took 4 hours, but that was a full panel of 6 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this album is incredible, and they do have a live album. I'll show you that, which is a limited edition from Third Man Records, which is
Yo,
from
nice and shiny. I like it.
Tennessee,
Fresh.
and I think it's the guy from White Stripes. He owns that. Well, I'll show you something. This is our friend.
Fascinating. Fascinating stuff.
Go to sleep. Oh, Jesus, here we go.
Yeah. You got more. What you got? What the heck? What you got there?
Yeah, hold on, sleep. So he just quit the band, and this has been around since '92. This is the second album. This is good. This is like 56 minutes long, and Dragonaut is a really good one on this. You can see him like smoking weed on the back. I think it's Matt Pike. He's come out with a solo album. He's in High on Fire, and oh wait, drummer. Yeah, that's Al Cisneros. He's taken over everything. He's got a huge beard. He's got his own Rickenbacker series with double necks and all kinds of crazy stuff. This guy took all the money that he could make, record the album, and he went and bought an island, and he grows pot, and he lives off grid in the middle of the Pacific.
Oh yeah, he got the hell away from all this. I don't blame him.
Can't touch him, and all he does is grow weed. So hold on.
Oh no doubt.
Here's what I was talking about. Third Man Records. So this is it's recorded live on a stage in the studio
Suddenly feel sleepy.
on acetate.
It's
So
like
it doesn't
programming.
sound like
Brain controlled me.
like digital or it doesn't sound like analog either, but it's acetate, so it's weird. But it's got every different color. It's like Roji Biv. I don't know, this one's green.
Careful.
Cheryl, the best way to calm down a wild kitten is take them by the scruff of the back of their neck and hold them like their mama does and run them under warm water until they're clean. Don't let go of that neck and they'll start to relax. Clean them up good. And I'll tell you what, they will. I've seen them calm within 15 minutes. They're sitting in your lap like you're their protector.
You got to be a crazy cat guy, and you're going to start knitting sweaters for cats during the summer.
No, I'm just. You could have just stopped at crazy.
No, God bless you, man. Thank God for, you know what? You're supposed to set an example, especially towards anything smaller than you. Animals, especially.
There you go.
So you're a Buddhist?
No.
Just checking.
Who knows? Who knows? The verdict is still out.
I'm telling you right
Could be
now,
some
these mosquitoes
or
are
some
killing
isms.
them.
I don't know.
That might, get you
I'm
guys
just
like.
gonna say right now that I will kill every mosquito, fly, and
We
brown
talked about
recluse
Black
I see.
Sabbath. This is the next Black Sabbath. It just started in the 90s.
Too many. There's swarms, man. It's like swarming in.
That's the whole reason why Sleep came
13.
into the conversation, because you were talking about Black Sabbath. And I agree. That's one
Are
of
you
my
talking
favorite
about
bands.
the album 13, the newer one? That's a good one.
Lucky number 13.
Yeah, my battery's holding on tonight. I have to kind of stretch it. I have to experiment with it with the live stream with the duck, whatever. Right? Because I got trivia coming up on Saturday at 2:00, and we've been doing it for 3 weeks. This is gonna be round 4, and
You don't invite me
it's
to
all
the
just
trivia, man.
random music
You already know I'm
trivia.
gonna tear it up on the
Comes up
trivia.
with like all art rock. It's not alternative rock. It's art
Oh, if
rock.
it's
That's how
movie
old
trivia, yeah, I don't do good at music
that is.
trivia. Probably got me there.
Yeah,
General
it's
trivia, I
Leo
like
too.
general trivia, but music, guys, I know it like when I hear it, but to just recall like an artist and a name from certain times, I can't. I'm not really good at that.
Yeah,
Name that
yeah.
lyric, that's up,
No.
dude.
Where's Bonnie? I thought she was coming up.
She's
She's
taking a
always up
break.
here.
She got a pregame.
Oh,
You know, she
okay.
got pregame
Yeah,
before
yeah,
the big game.
yeah.
It's the
No
new
pressure.
thing now. Everybody's pre-gaming.
Yeah, that's
Rick,
fine.
good to see you, Ricky. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Bottom of the evening or top of the morning? You know, we've crossed thresholds that I don't know. Didn't even know human was humanly possible. We crossed that threshold.
See,
Friday.
I told you. Hey, Waddy, I told you he wasn't ready for that.
I kind of like
I
his
already knew.
handle. You know, I've said 1,000 times in my life, I don't believe nothing till I see it, but anything's possible.
Dude, that's a great album. It's
There
just
you go.
heavy
Put it on repeat.
sludge. It's
Good
bass
barbecue
driven.
mix.
3-piece person.
You know, feel like
Yeah,
my
the
audio
okay.
playlist may be a little bare. I feel
Yeah,
like I
the
need to
okay. They
update
don't
some
play like
audio.
this. That's probably what I'm listening to tomorrow morning.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
I do not miss
Cocaine. Oh my
carrying
God.
albums
I
around.
swear to God, I think this is like the first dueling piano, like back to
Yeah.
back to
That's
each
like a
other.
meme. That's a meme of the
No,
70s.
they're
That album
brothers.
was like the first
They're
meme.
fucking dude. They're fucking brothers, right? But you know what? If you like jazz, like jazz fusion, and not the weird stuff. It's like the
Different
going in
levels and batches of drugs back then. You
it's
know what I
like
mean?
getting
Just
on one of those escalators
can't imagine.
in an airport. It's relaxing. It's not
A lot less
contemporary.
diluted now, you know.
No, it's
A little bit more potency back then, I imagine. When you say chemo, probably on some things more potent, or no?
You know, there's this common belief that like weed is more powerful today, but I can't explain the fact that like real Maui Wowie or real Thai stick would knock your ass back in a fucking couch way
That's the
better than
album.
anything I smoke today.
The New Birth.
So I
Check
think
it out,
it's a
man.
bunch of
Birthday.
hogwash.
I
The
sure
New
miss
Birth.
some Colombian
This
gold.
thing is funk. It's awesome.
Colombian gold,
There was
Since-A-Million.
Since-A-Million was good. That was only from California. There were 3 kinds of Colombian. You had Colombian, which was regular, like a decent brown weed. Then you had the gold, which was the premium stuff, and it really was gold weed. And then you had the brickweed crap that they started smashing and turning into, you know, broken seed hell.
Yeah.
There, you know.
Speaking of Colombian gold, you know, if you're getting tired of this old shaky brick down weed, where some things, unfortunately, some things are just impossible here at Watts World. It's futuristic and as far fetched as we like to remain. Make sure you go check out Ricky, where anything is possible on this broadcast. Definitely a wide range of guests, different topics, current topics, the paranormal, mediums, aliens, everything in between. You know, definitely an interesting channel. Go over there, give him a shout out, subscribe, hit a like, see what he's got going on. Anything's possible over there, ladies and gentlemen.
And I mean a Maui, a Wowie, a Panama Red, Acapulco Gold, and Eve Key from Afghanistan, some of that wet imported shit the cat's eyes off Key West. There'll be Oaxacan Tox and Kenya Bears and sweet grapes by the bunches. And there'll be Hershey bars and Oreos, just in case anybody gets the munchies.
You all right?
Thank you,
You look a
Bonnie.
wee bit shaky.
America's Got Talent, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just a show, it's a state of mind. It can happen. It can happen anywhere. You never know. Everybody's got a hidden talent. What do you got? Who's pulling out sticks of chewing gum?
Hershey's, cookies and cream. Got
The
Hershey's.
Let's
state
see,
I'm
hold on, wait a
usually in is the state of confusion.
Yeah, I've never seen those futuristic candies. Where are those from? What are those mythical candies you have there?
I mean,
I
It's
use
a
it
weird
for
size. I don't know.
Yeah, I
The
shove
hand
them.
shaped funny or the candy shaped funny? It's not adding up with the pixelation.
Yeah.
All right, one more time for the rodeo. What is that?
Ah,
yeah, we
you
can't
jealous.
show that
Don't
on.
have the cookies
Yeah,
and
we can't show
cream.
that, bro. You know that.
I
It's
got
not
ice
that.
cream.
Yeah,
Well,
Egyptian
now
chocolate
it's
and
40
stuff,
dollars.
man.
Don't get that heater in my truck and I'm off to the rodeo. Nah, I'm not right. Nah, I'm not right. Get
Oh
that
my
foot
God, I
out if
remember
you
that
don't.
song.
Piss me
I
off.
remember that.
You fucking girl.
You get
You
on
get
my
on my
nerves.
nerves.
You fucking jerk.
Well, here
Oh
comes I
no.
with the pecker.
I'm starting to feel like Ricky. I'm starting to feel like anything is possible. You know?
There's no 6 Sputnik. Love Missile #1. Or number 11 or whatever it was.
I know. Shout out. Moment of silence.
The
All
Who.
right. Yeah, I felt that one. Good deal.
The dead joke.
You know? Man, what y'all got planned? What's the big plans for the weekend? What you got planned? What's going down? What's going up?
Cooking. I'm gonna make pizza dough, and I'm gonna make like 6 loaves, and then I'm gonna freeze them, and I'm gonna have them for the week. And I'm just gonna eat pizza all week that I made. I got the KitchenAid, the big, you know what I mean? Flour, and baking soda. I'm gonna make it
No
with
doubt.
yogurt, not water. I'm gonna see what happens. I want a focaccia. I want to make a focaccia bread, Italian, so I can put olive oil on it, like good Italian olive oil. I need something that can soak up the juice. I'm gonna make it thick. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm gonna
Never
experiment
like
all
what it used to be.
week. Yeah, it's like America's Test Kitchen all week.
I know.
Yeah, I actually do probably. I just haven't mentioned it for sure because it might change, but I just might take off tomorrow and go to a buddy's that's got a piece of property and spread my stuff out, set my tents up, and do some videos and maybe a live stream while I'm doing it because I got Wi-Fi there, a strong signal, so I could take the truck and park it out by the woods and get me a fire going. I got to build a fire pit because he doesn't have one of them yet, but I've been thinking about doing that, and it'll probably be more than a weekend. If I do that, it's going to be for several days because I want to put new ropes on my tents and all kinds of fun stuff that I can sit there and just spread out and do my thing and have my cats with me.
Cool.
Yeah, cat. Can't leave that behind. Did you get a cat carrier? Did you get one of those things
No,
that
I
you put
don't
around
need
your neck
one.
like a thing?
I don't need one. They follow me anywhere I go. But
It's cool to get like a plastic one so it doesn't get out.
I'm kind of looking at it as like a preliminary test too, because I've got a kit that I assembled, and I'm going to be going on the road here before winter, so I want to see what it's like to pull up and be able to set it all up. I want to get some pictures because I don't think I'm going to take the trailer. I got a new trailer that I'm probably going to leave that for now, but you guys ain't even never seen all the tents I made and shit, so I want to set those up first. And
I know they don't like it, but you can get a collar. I would advise it. And they make it really thin.
I don't need it. I'm not raising them that way, man. It's different. And I get what you're saying. In most cases, yeah, but I won't need that.
Yeah, you
No
got
doubt.
this, man.
They listen pretty good to me.
Yeah, cats are a rare breed. If it's already on your lap, just keep it. Just let it do its thing because it's gonna bond. That's awesome. That's what you want. But it won't leave you alone when you're eating.
Yeah, they do because I feed them, then I eat.
Oh yeah, at the same time, yeah, I try and do that with my dog, but she's usually 3 minutes
Yep,
faster than I am.
it works that way, you
Yep.
know.
Yeah. No, that's smart.
Feed
You're
them
right.
good, treat them right, you know. Sometimes you just can't
Yeah,
get
at
rid
the
of
same
the
time.
rascals.
So yeah, keep a schedule. You know, you go out at such a time and sleep such a
Oh, and
time.
they
Basically,
already know it. They know the
days.
schedule and they expect it.
Yeah. Dude, my
Hey,
dog, no
man, these
matter what.
cats are better. Listen, and not just the cats, but a lot of animals are better company than people, anyways.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a different bond. It's a whole different like energy there. That's why I was
No
saying
doubt.
music, muse, familiar. Sometimes you adopt it
Well,
from
like
a pound and it's your best friend
like I
for
was
life.
saying, I don't really. I'm not living like most people. I'm mobile. I've been living out of a truck and tents and stuff that I make myself
Oh, I
for the
got all
last
that stuff.
6 years straight without. I don't have utilities. I haven't paid no utilities bills. I work for cash. I make cash. I buy things with cash.
Yeah, Oscar is smart.
I've got
Really.
a pretty good sized piece of property that I'm a caretaker for. And
Yep.
if you look through some of my videos and shorts, you see I've got, ravens and all kinds of birds and rabbits and possum
Yeah, I'll
and
take you out there.
raccoons. And I got a collection of
Yeah.
groundhogs going here. And, I mean, and I feed a lot of critters and they're not really scared of me anymore. So I kind of like it. I'm on the edge of a town it was an abandoned area that I cleaned up and I've got permissions to care for these
Yeah.
properties. I mow
Oh,
them and all that stuff. But
yeah.
and I got
Yeah,
this
no
great big
discrepancies
huge
here, man. I
building that
agree.
has enabled me to work on and I got a 1977 M886 Dodge military truck that I've modified. I got wood stove, solar panels, triple
Some money.
battery system. I've got bunks and my industrial sewing machine fits in here. And I do all kinds of custom home boat car upholstery, custom military tack gear. I do all kinds of leather work. I do
How come you're not
alterations, but
rich?
I've got a mobile system now where I can go out to a marina or a motorcycle swap
You
meet
can
or an
sew?
Army surplus store and do the stuff right on site, right out of the truck.
Yeah, when? How long ago?
What do you mean?
Hold on. Yeah,
What's
that's crazy. Dude, you have marketable skills. What are you doing, like, living somewhere out of a van?
Well, because I prefer this a lot over living other ways.
Dude, you got skills that nobody else has. If you're fucking sewing and shit. Hold on, I'll show you what I got. You already saw my wooden stuff that I didn't draw.
Hey, Lot.
Evening, Bonnie.
What's going on,
Welcome up, Bonnie. Bonnie, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonnie, good to see you, Bonnie.
Voice of reason.
Just trying to slow down the testosterone.
Go.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. That's completely opposite from what I've heard you say in the past.
Interesting.
We like interest in here. It's polling hot.
I can tell.
So y'all prepared, y'all set, ready to go?
I think so. I mean, there's a few things I'll have to do in the morning, and my son said, "We'll wake you up when we get there." And I'm like, "Yeah."
There you go. How the roles have reversed, Now you get to sleep in the back seat. Or the
Yeah,
front seat, I don't know.
me and my grandson
Pilgrim.
both. he works till 6 o'clock in the morning, and so I think they're leaving as soon as he gets off work. So he'll be sleeping all the way too.
Well, I saw your comment, and I'm totally lost, and I don't want to dox you or nothing, but I'm curious. Where are you going now? Can you tell me, or is it top secret and all that? Which I get.
I am going to the Gulf of Mexico of Texas.
You mean the Gulf of America?
No, I mean the Gulf of Mexico of Texas.
There ain't no
So,
such thing as the Gulf of Mexico anymore.
that's according to whoever wants to believe that. Us Texans will
Me.
always call it the Gulf of Mexico. Sorry. Ask Pat.
No,
What's it called,
whoever's
Pat?
me. I don't want to believe that. I like the Gulf of America. Did you know that
There
I found a
there
little
you go.
myth or a legend right smack dab in the middle of the Gulf of America? There's this island that nobody can find that either did or didn't exist. And in history, this island's been like mysterious. Do you know anything about that one? I have to
It's
look that
still
up.
there.
It's been a while.
It's still
In
there.
the middle of the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
You knew what I'm talking about. Man, you're good.
I'm going to the Gulf of Savannah
What's up,
next week.
Wingnut?
See,
Mighty
and then
Gulf of Savannah.
Florida. Gulf of Florida. There you go.
Yeah, I don't have a
I've
Gulf.
seen Corpus Christi. I've seen the Gulf. I've seen it from Florida, and I've seen it from Texas, and I've seen it from Louisiana once too. But I've seen it, but I haven't like been out on it. Which I've been on boats on the ocean and stuff on the East Coast and stuff. But for some reason, I never got to go on a boat yet in the Gulf of America.
And Vicky, I wouldn't quite say that. All right. All right. Fixing to swat flies. Where'd you come from?
I don't think anytime somebody says one particular thing, it just ought to means, just because somebody doesn't align or think with the way you think, it doesn't mean that somebody hates something,
Well, that's what America was all about. I thought.
It's
Just
a very
because.
thin line between love and hate,
Well,
Actually, look, man, listen, America, the way I thought it was supposed to be, like there was meant to have all different cultures and religions and beliefs and people living in this country harmoniously, regardless of what you believed. Does anybody remember that, or was I fucking dreaming it?
yes, it used to be that way, but not anymore. Now, if you're
probably just a dream.
foreign, you're the devil. You've got to go. You're not wanted here. Like
No,
we
if you're a legal alien, the way I feel about that, which is good job deporting. I think they've deported a lot. If they're illegal, they don't need to be here. If they're legal, I mean, my ancestors were foreigners, but they came here and they did the things,
Did it the right way.
we can't
Yeah,
have foreign exchange students anymore. We can't have people coming in with work visas anymore. We can't have.
well, that's because those were being
gone.
abused so badly abused by people using that system that they had to stop it. But it doesn't mean that it's going to be forever. I mean, I think that foreign student thing was. I think I heard about a ban that was temporary. I think they're sorting it out.
To me, it's just gone overboard. In a lot of ways, the policing, the everything. It's not
Well,
just.
that's been going like that all along, and I agree with you. It's just been getting hairy all our lives. But this is, I think I see improvements being made like I've never seen before. So that's all. I'm hoping it gets better yet. But this is the first time in my life that I remember somebody going up against this fucking evil deep state cabal bullshit that we've been coping with our entire existence and probably a lot longer. So I mean. It's like the border. He just came out and said that 0 people have come over that border. All right, that it is completely closed. That was something that needed to have been done 25, 30 years ago. But no, for reasons that are, all over the board, it was kept open on purpose until he got up there and did it.
Carl, there's a point of entry that I posted it on my community page. The story, the history of Texas and Mexico. We have a good relationship, and we have always gone back and forth. There is like 18,000 people traversing back and forth between Mexico and Texas daily.
Same thing with the Canadian border. It's like that on
And
the Canadian border too, but they've got permission to do so.
so I'm going to the coast and I'm going to enjoy myself with the bottle of Crown Royal, dadgummit.
Those border openings are all watched now. There is 0 illegals coming over the Mexican-American border. All right.
I don't believe
That was
that.
wide open. Well, look into it. All right. Because it was just in
I
the
will.
news just yesterday or the day before that was announced.
Or to say there's
You know,
absolutely
and
nobody crossing the border, that's just insane to think. The
there's
news may
no
say it,
illegals getting
but
over
people
that
seem to
border
forget
wall
all the
now.
fake news and everything else they heard before somebody said there was fake news. It's just, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing, guys.
They're
Is I
coming
watched
under the
that
border.
border. Listen, I
And to say
watched the
that,
evolution of this
to
border. I
believe
was
that the
cool.
government is telling you that there's absolutely zero of anything, that's insane.
No, it's not that at all, man. It's that I watched it for years. I've got a friend that's been a border guard. I've told these stories before. 20 fucking years ago, a guy, he's a high-ranking border official right on that fucking border. And he told me over 20 years ago, he says, Carl, I don't get it. Every time I catch him, I'm told to let him go. Every time. Every time I catch these guys, I'm told they intentionally let this happen. And yes, there were big giant gaps in the walls and where it was unfinished when it got to bad terrain and rocky like outcroppings or even mountains, they just stop right there. And for years there's trails you can see on Google Earth of people that knew where the gaps were and they would come right to that. And even the people that owned the property on the side of that fucking border complained about it. Nobody did nothing about it. Well, all of that has been taken care of now. What if there is any openings? They're being watched very closely. It's a whole different game
Yes.
now, and I have surveyed the whole line from the Gulf all the way to the West Coast. I've done this on Google Earth over the years several times where I just completely follow the whole line, and I've watched the evolution of this. It is pretty impressive, man. And there's still something going on there, by the way, because there's
I'm sure
massive
people actually
quantities.
believe that. I'm sure, but to say something there's actually zero crossings, I mean, that's crazy. I still hear stories about tunnels and boats and stuff coming over to say nobody's crossing. I mean, things
Yeah.
may
Oh,
have
I
got
didn't say
exposed
that.
to
I
a
said
certain
over the
degree, but
wall.
nothing's
I
ever
said
zero,
over that.
especially when it's our
I
own
mean that
government
wall.
cartels that's funding these boogeyman cartels that they've got so people shook and afraid of,
Well, I'm not going to talk in absolutes.
fascinating
I'm
and
going to say
insane
that
all at the
wall
same time,
because
really, in my opinion.
I'm not going to say the boats, but I don't think they have tunnels active anymore. And if they are, they
Nobody was
found
coming
them.
over. We wouldn't be talking about drug overdoses. We wouldn't be talking about traffic. We wouldn't be talking about any of these things, that our own government openly lets you know that they are participating in and have funded in the past. You think all of this just stopped?
CIA.
If anything, that's the
Yes.
You know
greatest
what? This is
deception.
the
They've
bottom
convinced
line
people that
what
these
I was
people
going
don't
to
even
say.
exist, almost like the devil in a sense.
But this is what I was going to say. I actually prayed that that border would be closed for people like Bonnie because I know what was going on those borders, and I was really hoping that someday it would be closed. And I can't say that there's no boats or nobody sneaking in, but they're reporting 0 people getting through in the most recent. I don't know what the time that he mentioned, but
Yeah, I'm sure they're
that's
reporting
a
it.
hell
Yeah,
of
but
an
I wouldn't believe
improvement.
nothing on zero.
It's a hell of an improvement, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
just a
scared.
hell of an improvement. That's a lot different than zero. I'm just kind of pointing out just the basic optics that just get people so divided and so confused and amongst themselves.
Absolutely.
It's
I'm
crazy,
not divided,
And I've only
but I
seen
think there
38
was
summers of this. There's people
divided.
here that seen double my summer count. no discredit to anybody, but sometimes it's just so in your face. At this point, I just was like,
Yeah.
there won't
It's
be
all
anything.
been
If nothing's going to wake people up, nothing will at this point. It's just going to be a continuation. At this
yeah.
point, we're both just sitting at the 50-yard line. Everybody's sitting at the 50-yard line. They're looking to the left. They're looking to the right. They don't even know where the hell the goalpost is at. They're screaming to the top of their lungs, bloody murder, that they hope their side wins or the world's going to fall into another Armageddon. And yet you look to either side, you don't even see a damn goalpost that you're cheering to score for. It's absolutely crazy. It's the basic
man.
bread and circus tactics that's always been around. You think this is new? You think this started with a Biden or a Trump or a 2020 or a COVID or a Vietnam? Shoot,
But I
no.
don't see it that way because it's not new to me. Actually, I thought we were screwed 10 years ago. I thought we were all doomed. I thought this we were going to lose our country. And it's about 10 years ago is when I started seeing differences and started gaining a little bit of hope. And that hope has increased and fluctuated, of course, over a 4-year period, of course. But since then, I'm seeing enough done to where I think that we are actually making some progress and things are going to change to the better, contrary to what everybody else believes. But I have been paying attention to this for a very long time. I was all where you guys were decades ago. All right. I knew the systems were rigged. I knew that the elections were rigged. I knew
Well,
I
if
mean,
you know
I've
all that,
told you all
then
this.
ultimately you can't choose for a lesser of two evil, because ultimately you're choosing for an evil nonetheless.
I don't
People
think
can't
I
say
chose
all
an
these things
evil.
and
That's
still
just
continue
it.
to do the things that they say that they know. You know what I mean?
But no,
I'm
I
speaking
don't
for
think I
everybody.
chose an evil because we would have been screwed already. All right. I think that if
Dude, it doesn't
Hillary would have
matter if
got
a
in,
Kamala
we would
was in there or
already
Trump was
be.
in there. This path has already been set in stone. You know what I mean? The
No,
optics would have been
no, that's
different.
not how I
The other
see it.
side would have been pissed. You would have been more pissed. It would have been the same thing. Right versus
That's not
left
how I
pissed. It's
see
the
it at
same
all.
political pendulum that happens every 4 years.
No, that's
You
not
Carl.
know,
how I see it.
it's the
Because
same
the way
thing.
I see it is we're still here and we're able to talk on this platform and we're still the freest country that's on this planet. And I think that our liberties and freedoms have already been saved. I think we were screwed for a while, but I think, I'm very thankful for what we have here because I know what would have happened if Hillary would have got in. I know what would have happened if Kamala would have got in.
The same
Look what
thing that's
happened when
happening right
Biden
now.
got
Like
in.
I said, it would have just been a different optic. It would have been that same bread and circus, except one side would have been cheering and one side would have had a pouty face. There's
Yeah.
no difference
Yeah,
in
but
it.
I don't see it that way because you guys keep telling me, a lot of people keep telling me that it's all the same bird, both wings, and I
It
don't see
is.
it that way. Well, where are all
Carl.
the crooked, cheating fucking Republicans compared to the amount of Democrats that there
Yeah, turn
are?
on the TV,
Because
turn
that
anytime
was
they're
a
in Congress,
try.
they're all there.
You know,
You know,
all I
any
want to
one of
say,
them.
in my argument, all I want to say is that would imply that there are no good guys, and then we're all
No,
screwed,
that
and I
doesn't
don't believe
imply
it.
that. So you think so far to the negative or the opposite with this radical left versus right. You think that just because one thing exists, it doesn't mean the other thing exists. No, there's
No, I'm
always a
thinking
battle of good versus
pro-American
evil.
and anti-American. I'm thinking pro-American and anti-American. That's what I'm thinking,
I'm not trying to
which is
move the
the same.
goalposts. I'm just telling you how it is. It doesn't matter. Everything is a pro or an anti, good versus evil. It's going to be pro versus one person or anti versus the other person. It doesn't matter how you spin it. Doesn't matter if it's a red or a blue, if it's a Kamala or if it's a Trump. It doesn't matter. It's the same optics that keep people
Well,
divided.
I'm cool with you believing that.
And Carl,
I do believe
how,
in that strongly.
so the midterms
Well,
are coming up. Has anyone heard any presidential nominee for 28? I mean, usually they would be hammering down by now. What's up with that?
well, it's actually after the midterm, something like that would happen. But I've heard people talking about certain people, but I don't think that. I'm not even going to tell you what I think about that because nobody's going to believe me anyways.
Okay.
And
If that's what you
I
think, that's
don't.
your own opinion. You know, just because
It
I
is.
say what I think doesn't mean I believe. You know, we're all entitled to our own opinions. If you put these walls up
Well,
around yourself, you've already built yourself into your self algorithm. That's what they want.
no, I've actually got a pretty open mind now compared to what it used to be.
I hope so. I hope people become more open minded, because everything they're going to throw at you from every different way is meant to keep people blinded, closed minded, inside a box. You know.
Well, I'm just going to wait it out, really. I actually quit fighting this cause, trying to change people's minds or make them see anything. I don't do that. I don't even want to talk about this shit. The only reason I'm talking is because it's brought up. So it's, you know, I'm not pushing that on anybody, and I don't think I know anything more than anybody else. But I certainly don't knock anyone for their beliefs, and I can't blame anyone at this point for having so much suspicion
I
about
don't blame
everything.
anybody at this point either. I don't care what people identify as left, right, independent. I don't give a damn. I don't care what somebody's religious title is. I don't care about none of that. You know what I mean? Ultimately, I don't. You know, it's what pisses me off is when people are so closed-minded that they automatically think just because you don't support my favorite player that you just automatically support the other player, or just because you don't support my favorite player then you hate the team or you hate America. That's just completely ridiculous, and it just shows the overall mental decay and the
Well,
versus,
I
you
hope
know,
you
the
don't think
versus
I
battles
did
that they
that.
want people to have. It's crazy that you can't even have a middle ground or a conversation without someone just assuming there's hate involved. You know, it's
Well,
crazy.
I don't. I hope you don't think I was doing that, because that's not what I felt
Speaking
like I was
generally,
doing.
if the shoe fits
But
whoever it fits will put it on. I'm sure. Wear it proudly. I'm just speaking
I
generally.
actually
I'm
try
speaking
to
how I
speak
feel.
for myself
If I can't
instead of
speak
like
how I feel
telling
for it, then
people.
you know, hey, welcome to Watts World.
No, I get it, man. But I don't. I try to speak for like what I would do in a situation, or I don't tell somebody to do anything or what to believe.
I've
I
never
don't. I
identified
try.
as no Republican or no Democrat or none of that type of stuff. I'm a living man. I don't identify with none of those characters, how they, you know, classify. You know, at the end of the day, I'm just a
No,
living man. That's all I am.
Yep.
all I was is for America and freedom, and that's really what I am all for.
And
And you
that's what
guys
I
should know
see
that about me.
around me. That's what I've said. Anytime I go to an event, any kind of gathering, I crossed how many? 1, 2, 3 states to get to Georgia would be the fourth state. I didn't see anybody, any of the division that is being pushed by whoever. I didn't see anybody when we go to these events. I have no idea what their belief is about God. I have no idea what their political views are. I don't have any idea of any of that because we don't talk about that. We talk about family, we talk about gardening, we talk about, hey, have you noticed this is going up? We need to stock up on this. Or have you seen the gas prices? Here we go again. It's things like that. It's things that affect our immediate lives. And it's no blame is being put on anybody for anything. It's just, wow, my electric bill was $200 this month. It used to be $95. I don't know what happened. It just doubled.
Oh, no. Shit, gas done
Don't
went back up here. It's
understand.
almost $4 again here, just for
I
Yes,
regular.
don't. I
yes.
guess with me, Bonnie, the one thing I don't understand is why a guy who actually ran on making America great again has gotten so much flack, and why people are so against the one that has been the only one I know of that stood up for, God, our republic, the Constitution, all these things that are critical for this country to remain free. Everybody else that was against him is
Excuse me.
against that. So it's just hard for me to understand why people automatically assume he's the devil or the snake in the grass or something, like he's out to get us and sneaking around. And I just don't get that. That's the only
Can
part
I
about
tell
it I
you?
don't understand.
Can I tell you? Okay.
Well, yeah, please do.
Okay. I voted 3 times for this person. So there's that. And why did I do that? Because of what he was saying when he was campaigning. I saw a man in 2016 and then the same man in what, 4. Am I way off on the date? Whatever it
I don't
was.
know, but just say
But
what you saw different, though. I mean, because
I
what
saw
is it
him
that?
do a 180. I saw the complete opposite of what he was campaigning. He was saying no wars. What have we done? How many countries have we bombed? It's
Well, I
it's
don't know. I'm all
I'm
for them
like,
killing
what the
terrorists.
heck is no no.
I am. I'm all for them killing those terrorist bastards. So that's where I feel a little differently.
Okay, well that's where we're gonna differ because I don't believe that that is what is going on. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it definitely happened. He's even tonight going on. They're just getting their asses handed to them.
And it's not just that. It's the um it's like excuse me. And then I would say, okay, who's going to jail? And I know what you're going to say because I've heard it. And I'm, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Okay. Well,
I've never.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know if
die
it's going to
one
happen or
day.
not. I have no idea if that's going to happen or not. Is there going to be accountability and justice? I sure hope so, because without it, it's going to lose a lot of faith in people.
With our legal system, I don't see how because every one of us are criminals and terrorists. If you don't believe me, go to court and see what they say. I mean, I
I've been
just
to court,
see
Bonnie.
a
I've
crumbled
been to court.
system that needs to be rebuilt. I don't know by who or how. I just know that it needs to be rebuilt because it's not working the way it is. Not the justice system, not not even in DC, not the judicial system there, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch, none of it. None of it is working. None of it.
Well,
None of
we'll
it is
see. That's
working
all I
for
can
the
do. Like
people.
I was trying to say
Even
a minute ago, I'm at this point where I don't even research anymore. I've seen enough fucking decades of this bullshit. So many rabbit holes. I've had these arguments with people so many times I don't even want to talk about it no more. I'm just going to sit back, wait, and watch what happens. It's not like I can do anything about it more than what I've already done anyways.
well, and that's where I feel like, no, I have a voice. Texas, just what Texas is doing. I am so that it's oh, they know me. They know my
Oh, I know.
name because I'm anything that they come up with in Texas. We are becoming the strictest, most controlled state. And it's the same governor. He's been governor for how many years? But every year there's like 100 new laws. And we're supposed to keep up with all this. And it's gotten to where it's just absolutely ridiculous. The
Well, as I
whole
said
thing.
earlier, that they succeeded in taking us over already. They had us taken over. They appointed people in the positions they wanted. They cheated them into positions they wanted them for decades of our lives. They had them all. It was all arranged. Our doom was already planned. Our engineered destruction was laid out right in front of our eyes. All right, and I feel that we've dodged quite a few bullets. All right, and that's why I'm okay with what's going on because I feel like we already had our asses saved. All right, that's what I feel like.
I don't know. Ultimately, that's an independent individual choice, you know. Everybody
I
can't
know
be
that's
saved
why I
by
said
one
me.
man, you know. Everybody's
No, that's
individual
why I
choice
said
to
that
be
was
saved
me.
is that's up to them. A
That's why I
man in a
said that's
suit
how
and
I
from
feel.
Washington D.C. damn sure ain't gonna do it. If you think for
Well,
that,
that's
you
why
might
I
as well
said
go
that's
look for the
how
Wizard
I
of Oz down the Golden Brick Road.
felt. That's exactly why I said the way I said it. Is like that's how I felt.
I don't look for politics or anything to do anything in my life beneficial. If anything, everything they do is a hindrance, a nuisance, an unnecessary pest. You know what I mean? They're not going to
All
give you
right.
anything in
Well,
your life that's going to
here,
make your life better. That comes from within with your own self, what you choose to do, what you choose to accept.
Yeah.
let me have the floor for a second. I'll explain a little better, because when I said that I've been where you guys are, it was like 35 years ago that I was so fed up with the system. All right, that I knew that the medical systems were, compromised, that the legal systems were compromised. I knew our government was compromised. I knew our elections were compromised. And I did kind of fall off and go off grid. As you guys know, I refuse to buy Chinese made shit. I support local farms. I went full anti fucking utility and off grid as I could get, and said fuck the system because it's all crooked. Right. And then you guys watched me struggle to get back on the grid just so I could be a part of this society and vote for that motherfucker, which I did 3 times, like you said. And, they put me through every hoop you could think of. And I'm also very well aware of what lawfare is. All right. And I'll go into this someday. I was going to do a video on that alone. All right. But
Thank you,
it's not
Tim.
that I was unaware and didn't try to do something about it. In fact, my whole goal was to keep my conscience clean. And I don't know if anybody's going to really understand this, but I have intentionally lived below the radar. I have, intentionally not paid my taxes under a legal clause, I'd call it. All right. Which I have the documents from the IRS and everything from years ago, because I was able to say fuck you. All right. And I did. And I haven't. All right. And I won't. And now things are a little different. If things improve, I might get back on that wagon too. But I was so disgusted with this world that I recoiled from it and became the quintessential hermit that lived on the fucking hill, because I thought society was fucked all the way around. And that's why I feel like we've kind of been saved. And I got no skin in the game. I ain't got a family. I ain't got nobody to worry about for this world after I'm gone. But I do give a shit, and I care about other people's children, and I care about this country because my father fought for it, and a lot of people I know fought and died for this country. So the way I feel is I love that flag, all right, and I love what it stands for. So it's a mixed feeling for me to feel the way I do about the country versus the government. I love the military. I hate the government. I hate the monster that the government became. Okay. And all the stuff that you guys talk about, I know you're right, but I hope it doesn't last. I hope that the change that I'm seeing corrects these wrongs as we go. All right. I hope for a better world for everybody. That's all.
Carl, all of my family served in the military. All the men in my family, except for my daddy. And the majority of them saw what the purpose of that was. And that's why you see so many veterans retaliating now, in my opinion.
Well, in my line of work, doing gun shows and military vehicle shows and all these things I did for years, I've known hundreds and hundreds of veterans that, the one thing I will say is they're patriotic. Even whatever hell they went through,
Absolutely.
they still
We
hold
all
that
care about our
patriotism.
country. Definitely. And that's just it. When you join the military, when you have any office, any position, you swear an oath to the Constitution. Whenever you become an American citizen, you have to know that Constitution top to bottom to become an American citizen. So why is it that the American people are not being taught the Constitution? Why is it that people cannot cite it like other countries can? Canada can tell
Well,
you everything about our Constitution.
money that was taken out of our schools, and you know that it was all systematically changed in order to bury it. All right, they took God out of the Pledge of Allegiance. They went through. They even tried to say that 2 + 2 was 5. All right, they have totally discombobulated our education system since we were kids. All right, anybody who thinks that a school should be able to override a parent's authority on anything is twisted in their minds. The public schools are out of fucking control. Everybody knows that. You know, uh, this was an engineered effort to bring us down. This is what I believe. I'm not telling you this is what it is, but this is what I believe. Long ago, all right, when I first heard about some of these things like Agenda 21, I heard about this a long time ago. When I first heard about this stuff, I started realizing that there was a whole lot of things that was being done to either demonize, demoralize, disrupt, or change everything America was about. And they've pretty much succeeded in everything. They've got so much sex and homosexuality and stuff in your face all the time. They've completely demonized every brand we were known from. If you can think of anything like Budweiser beer, oh, they went woke. Oh, Coca-Cola. Oh, they, whatever. Everything. Disneyland. Oh, that's bad. Everything. Every nursery rhyme. Everything has been turned dark. Okay, so to me, it's like there's
If
been
you
this
allow it.
effort to completely disrupt our country because I believe we're the last bastion of freedom left on the planet, and the rest of the world knows it. And in order to create that one new world order, they had to eliminate us at all costs. And we're a stubborn folk, so it wasn't easy for them. It was a series of processes where they changed the laws, Smith-Mundt Act, all this stuff. They did this in order to manipulate the masses and make us lose our love for our country,
People
in
fear
so many
those
words.
things coming, but unfortunately, some people just fail to realize those things have already been here. People seem to forget about the Statue of Liberty. We are the bearer of light. We are the great American experiment. You know what I mean? These communisms and these socialisms, they're not on the way. They're not on some boat that's allegedly getting blown up. They're already here. Everything aspect about our lives have already been consumed about it. If you don't think socialism and the redistribution of wealth and resources and land isn't here, wake up, look around you. You can't do
I'm not
anything that you
saying
want to do in this
that.
world without paying your slave tax. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, all I'm saying is I see an effort to change things. That's all
How
I'm
much
really saying.
land does China own? How many of just in DC have dual citizenship? And which
I
country
get it, Bonnie.
do they have allegiance to? And
And
it,
I
it,
get it. In '91, I moved out onto a giant 300-acre parcel owned by China in the middle of Oxford, Michigan's gravel pits. Nobody understood what the hell is China buying our property for. They bought it in '87, and nobody in that area even knew it. All right, it was like nobody paid attention to it. I looked it up on the logs and stuff and found out who owned it. And since China owned that property, the police and the gravel pit companies let me do whatever I wanted to do on 300-acre parcel that the Chinese never even touched until I think it was 2017. They built massive $1 million condos all over this property, lots of them. And it just, I mean, I know about all this stuff, Bonnie, and I did everything I could to like kick it in the face. You know what I'm saying? I was not one to comply. All right. I tried to talk to people about this and warn people about this. And you know what it was like trying to fucking open somebody's eyes back in the day. You just got laughed at or called crazy. So I've been through all these conversations already. That's why it's just like I don't even want to do it
That's
no
why it's
more.
even more mind-boggling for me that people have had so many of these conversations and they still haven't woken up. They still continue to extend the goalposts. It's fascinating. It really is. It really is fascinating.
And I want to say something else about Pilgrim right now. Pilgrim, I don't think Trump's evil. I think it's quite the contrary. And the thing about the voting is, yeah, I know the voting didn't work and it was rigged. And I understand that Biden stole the election, all right, or somebody stole it for him. But how would have Trump won after that?
And I see so much going on right now to try to fix the crooked elections, the mail-in voting, all this stuff they're trying to end. You know, they're trying to make it right again. And that is a big fucking thing to me. That's huge in my eyes, because I know all along the fucking election, when Obama won his second term, is when I was absolutely sure of it. All right.
I'm sure it can
But
be huge for some people. Some people believe if they vote harder that things will happen, you know? I mean,
no,
I wish it could
I
work
just
that
want
way.
to see. No, there was a whole network
How do you vote
system
harder?
created. You know, there was a whole cheat system that is being exposed on a daily basis now, that's being taken down. All right. And when people, you know, this country's red. All right. There's no way that Biden won. All right. They stole 2020. That's what I believe. You won't change my mind. I'm seeing more information on it all the time. It was all rigged. And if they fix it, then I can have faith in that system again. So telling people
Okay,
not to
so
vote,
if it was
that
rigged,
sounds
then what does
crazy
that
to me.
change? If they come out tomorrow and they say, we got breaking news, everything is officially confirmed, it was all rigged, what does that change?
Well, he
What
already
happens
did that.
differently?
His address last Thursday, he did that. Did you miss that?
What's in Georgia? He
I'm in the mix of it. Everybody, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just not a big deal or what's going on here. But like I said, if it comes out tomorrow and they say it was all rigged, confirmed, breaking
But
news
it
on every
already,
channel, then what changes?
then I can't tell you anything, because it already happened. He already came out. He did a public national address from the White House and exposed it. All right. And he's explained that all the investigations are going
When did
on
this
and they're
happen?
exposing more. Jeez, man, I can't.
Don't
I'm
cheese
not
bear me.
gonna
I'm just
argue.
asking
I'm
a
just
simple
gonna sit
question. I'm
back
trying
and
to
wait
keep a
and watch.
rational chain of thought here for once. I know it may seem strange and odd that I'm trying to keep a rational chain of thought, you know, even in my small autistic mind. I just would like to know what would change, you know, if it comes out, like I said, if it comes out tomorrow, breaking news Monday, hey, it was all rigged, it was all fake. What happens differently? What happens differently for the United States?
Well,
nothing.
my biggest hope and my biggest fear is that they will not hold people accountable. All right. At this point, I'm waiting to see if they will, because they've exposed them and we know who all they are. But they're, you know, until the fucking handcuffs come out, then I'm not thinking like people will do it again. All right. That's all. If you don't make somebody accountable for something, you know, people can go around killing people, for instance, and not get away with it, not go to jail or whatever, people are going to keep killing people. It's going to be the
Oh, they're
same
doing that
thing with
now.
this.
That ain't never going to go away. Hey, that's one of the 10
Um,
commandments, is it not? Thou shalt
no,
not
I was
kill.
comparing
If
that
it
to the
wasn't going to
voting. I was
continue to happen, it
using,
wouldn't have been a commandment, a choice, or option. Those type of things aren't going to happen because a
that
red or
was
a
just
blue
a
is in
good
there.
example.
Those things
That
ultimately
was
come
just
back to the state, to the person, their self. Any of these type of things are just make believe, like you said, fairy tales and child nursery rhymes. That's ultimately what it boils down to. People think the tooth fairy is mysteriously going to come give them some change under their pillow. All of this boils down to oneself.
In fact, saying military is the only way is man, that bothers me. That means martial law. That means military walking through our streets. That means curfews put on us. That means you can only travel so far. That means a whole lot of things. The
I didn't
military
say any of that.
works for the government. No, but I mean, I keep seeing people say that, and I'm just like, be careful what you ask for, because
Yeah, once you say
that
something
would
like
be
that, you've already given up hope. You pretty much said you don't have a voice, you don't have an action, you don't have anything to offer or warrants up, you know. Come on in. Come on in and take over. I
I
can't
do not
discipline
trust
myself, you know.
any.
I can't look after myself. I need someone to come in, you know,
to
send in another
control
arm of
me.
big government, big corporation.
Everybody keeps
Bonnie,
talking about
as an answer to
freedom,
what you just said,
but
Bonnie,
it's
let me answer
not.
it. What you just said, I've answered this many times. I do not trust anybody's plan but God. Never trusted any plan. I know that plans change. All right. I know that I've never been one of them guys. All right. I don't even believe in prophets and prophecies. I don't want to fucking know the future. I know God's got my back. I know He's got this. So that's all I need to know.
That's it. That's all that matters. If one is right with themselves and right with their creator, all these other fairy tales and fake boogeyman that gets thrown at us don't even matter.
That's it.
I don't let it bother me. I was a kid coming up through Y2K and 9/11. I seen all the chaos then. I made up then I would never vote for none of these idiots. When you got this fucking ass clown up there, Bush, talking about fool me once, fool, shame on me, fool me twice, can't get shamed again. You know, I'm seeing all that as a kid. All the stuff
Yeah.
my grandfather telling me, I ain't never voting for none of these clowns. And this is, you know, you get 50 Miss
Did you
America
see
choices,
IPAC
but it
Goat?
all comes down to it. Every 4 years, we only get the same two little knuckleheads that float around, you know. Everybody that hated
You ever
each other
see,
2 cycles ago, now they're all buddy-buddy. Then it's the presidential cycle. Then they're all rivals, you know. It's like
you ever see
everybody's
that
playing for
thing
that
called
VIP.
IPAC Goat? You ever see that thing called IPAC Goat? What you just said of when Bush, yeah, it was a perfect impersonation of that IPAC Goat.
I don't know.
It was the book he was reading when he was told about 9/11 in the Texas
Oh, I'm
classroom.
sure. You can't make this type of stuff up. You know what I
You
mean?
can never
Can't
get
make this
rid
type
of
of
They
stuff
the
up.
made
evil.
weird animation. They made this really weird animation called IPAC Goat, and people have been like trying to decode it for a couple decades. I think it's at least 10 years old.
I don't know.
You can
I think
never
people
get
need to go
rid of
pet
all
Greg.
the evil. You know what? That even the
Didn't
Bible
say they
says,
was all gonna be gone either. Hey guys, I'm done talking, but I love y'all, and I will see you somewhere soon. You guys have a good night.
Likewise.
take care, Carl. Love you.
Sorry about the Texas Bush joke. Yeah, that was all that really had to go on, Bunny.
Hey, no, I don't claim the bushes. Go ahead.
Whatever he said, you know.
But
Shame me 3
but
times, can't get shamed again, you know. I guess at that point, yeah. It's the 3 strike rule, I guess, you know.
but even people saying that we need to get rid of all the evil is not going to happen. Wasn't evil given rule? Okay, Satan given rule over the earth, free reign, right?
Yeah, we're in this world. I don't know. Some people may be of this world, but I believe that, you know, I'm in this world, but I'm definitely not of it, you know.
And
My
the
body and my
spirit,
flesh may be of this world, but ultimately the soul and spirit, you know.
exactly. And it's our choice to be good or bad. Period.
But as humans, to eliminate all evil, no, that's you know, we can choose to live right. We can choose to eliminate certain evils from our life. But you know, you can live a perfect, holy life, do everything right, give up to charity, and go somebody knock you over the head at the grocery store. You know what I mean? You did everything right up to that point, never bothered nobody. But certain things in life, you know, doesn't mean it's not going to come at you. It's not going to happen. We can do things to deter it, but to completely eliminate evil, no. I mean, that's like I guess that would be like biblical status. You know, I don't know what that would be. I don't know what the world will look like. We talk about end of times, end of eras. I mean, that might be I don't know, some
It-
type of biblical. It would have to be, you know. But I mean, it's
yes,
always happening, the battle of good versus evil.
yes. No evil, it would be heaven. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, beyond this place, you know, ultimately, who knows? Maybe this could be hell
mhm,
we're experiencing right now, you know, trying to figure out how to way to get back, get out. I think ultimately, I
yeah,
guess, you know, I can't speak. I don't know. I only know what I know, but, you know, maybe it is what we create it to be, what we see it to be.
yeah. And but that's just it. It's an individual choice. Whatever path you choose, you can choose to be good, you can choose to be evil. And so, I'm not saying everything in DC is evil. I'm just saying I'm seeing a lot of laws being broken. I'm seeing tyranny, I'm seeing crimes against humanity, seeing a whole lot of things like that. But that doesn't mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Well,
see a lot of
acknowledge evil
people
doesn't mean there's a non-existence of good. You know what I mean?
yeah,
No
and
doubt. Especially when you got career politicians, people that's been in there longer. Shit, there's people in there longer than I've been alive. People that's been in there for so long. Families that's been in there. Uh, different things like that, and then just all the money and side money that gets made off of there, just constantly draining the system. You know, like you said, constantly new laws. I got to look in it myself. Allegedly, there was I don't know how many laws that went into effect. I think it was July 1st for the state of Georgia. I don't even know what all they are, what all they affect. I've probably broken about 10 of them so far, Bonnie. Who knows? But
Same.
yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this,
Because they just keep putting so many, you just can't keep up with them. And if you don't see them, you don't know them. That's
yeah,
when they first put that law where if you were turning left, you had to go into the a certain lane. Now I can't remember which one
yeah,
it
they're
is.
restructuring the whole road pattern. So yeah, you ain't knowing that unless you look that up.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
And so it's a constant watching what they're doing up there and looking at their the state legislative page, and it's the same thing locally, constantly looking at what your city is putting in the ordinances, or
well, no
what
doubt.
what what they're trying to do, if they're trying to put meters on your well, if they're trying to regulate how many chickens you can have, or it's anything that is trying to hinder what you're doing to live life and have a better life. That is the problem.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. I can see if you done paid some money and you're living in a gated HOA and somebody's telling you what to do and not do, I could understand that. But if you're out on your own land, your own little piece of the pie, yeah, nobody should be telling you anything like that. Chickens, how much water you can and can't use. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're already regulated it on the federal level, but yeah, it's definitely good to know what's going on the local level because sometimes it's just uh, what do they used to call it? I forget. There was a political term for that, where like things would leak down. But sometimes you'll see it. A lot of things at the local level, at the same thing as the federal level, but just a smaller version. You know, get people
Yep.
accustomed to it, voting on it, see how it goes. You know,
Yeah. Well, you even see with these data centers, the people fighting against them,
yeah, it's across the board.
they
It
don't
seems like
even
every
yeah,
state that's pushing it, there seems to be some type of pushback
they
from the
don't
people some way.
they don't even get a vote on it. It's just whether your
Somebody's been
city
dealt out.
council decides yes or no. And so it's kind of like they're taking it out of our hands, and we can't allow that. But at the same time, live your life, do what you can do, don't get thrown in jail if possible. But if you do, you know, it, I think around here, when something like that happens, people step up. Somebody showed a little clip of the movie with the ants, and they were like, well, it's just one little ant that's standing up to us. And he's like, um, really? You think it's just one little ant? He goes, what happens when that one little ant stands up? And then you have all these others start standing up with them. They're going to overtake us. And it's like, th- this stupid little movie clip is saying it all. That's how it's done. There's a movement right now. I cannot remember the guy's name, and he is getting everyone, and he's even set a date. I think it's October 17th, 15th, 17th, something like that, for
Yeah.
everybody not to buy one single thing for, and he's saying 30 days. And he said, we are going to do this. And if anyone from the government's listening, you will know we are going to do this on this date. We are not buying anything anywhere. We are shutting it down. And I'm just like, 90 or 30 days. And he said, and if 30 days doesn't work, we will go to 90 days. That's a long time. And he's like, I know you people working think that you have to go to work, but if everybody jumps on board, what are the bosses going to do? The bosses are going to be joining in it too. If it is going to change something drastically, I don't know.
Oh, I love to see it. I love to see it. You know,
I,
I
I
love to see
know.
all my work colleagues and everybody I know. I love to see them do it. You know, if we could
I
all
would
do it for
too.
30 days, I mean, that would be amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would love to see something like that. I would definitely do it, support it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Because it's not violent. It's not hurting anybody.
That's the only
It
way to
is.
win is nonviolence. You can't win anything with violence. You ultimately just fall into their schemes and their traps, you know? Now you
Yes.
violated another law. Now they put you in a cage. Now you got to pay more fines and penalties before they let you out of the petting zoo, non-petting zoo. You know,
Yep. And
do it peacefully. You know, people's talking about their preppers. They're prepared. They've got plenty of stock for whatever hits them. All right. Well, this is the time. Put your money where your mouth is. You say that you're a prepper. You say that. Get into a community. Do it for 30 days. You know what I mean?
yes.
Ultimately, it should be like the government slowly taking away everything that you love and appreciate. It should be a slow trickle and a daily walk and a discipline for most people. You know, slowly get away from it, whatever it takes. You know, stop
Yes.
buying the horrible fast food establishments. Stop supporting the big box chains. Support as much local as you can. I know areas and regions differ. There's some places that's just food deserts. I understand that. There may be only nothing but a Wally World and a Dollar General. That's understandable. But if you have a
Yeah.
means and you have a way to make it happen, do it.
Yep.
Whatever it
And
is. Heck, I think I've seen something. I didn't think about it till just now, but I think I seen something in the ticker. Allegedly, they just had another massive egg
yeah,
recall.
really. Oh no.
I don't know how extensive that is, but you know, there's always a recall of some sort. They seem to be more polarizing now. I guess more people see it. You know, once it hits our pocketbooks. It hurts our pocketbooks when gas goes up $3, $4, $5. Don't you think it'll hurt their pocketbooks when you stop paying $3, $4, $5 for 30 days? You know what I mean?
Oh gosh,
Hey,
yes.
we're just
That
spending
would be
$100 bills. Shoot, they ain't going to get billions.
yes. That would be billions of dollars. It would hurt.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah. And that's what Zombie was talking about. He was saying 2 weeks. But even the LDS church, they keep telling everybody, make sure you're stocked for a year.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know a definite date time. You know, I can't say whatever it may be, but yeah, definitely be as stocked as you could be. You know, at least 3 months or whatever your family needs. You know, however big your family is, whether it's just
Yeah.
you or it's a whole family. You know,
Yep.
definitely have something put up. You know, whether it's 90 days or it's 12 months, you just never know. Cycle
True.
through it. Just don't put it into something and forget about it. You know, remember to cycle through it. As you find deals, as you find savings, cycle through it. It don't make any sense to spend all that money on products and it just sits there and goes to waste or something. You know, if it gets to a certain date, use it up, recycle
Right.
it. You know, it's what people did for generations. You know, it's what they do in the store. They push the old product to the front, they put the new stuff in the back. You know what I mean, Bunny?
Yes.
What Wally World's
Absolutely.
doing to us, we might as well be doing it for ourselves.
We should be taking lessons.
But I mean, it's tough. I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of people. There's millions that can do it. You know, I don't know the exact number, but I mean, in a country of however many people we have here, 300 something million, I mean, the odds of a million people doing something, you know, it's pretty good. But it's
Mm-hmm.
just certain people just can't for whatever reason, you know, to a certain age, government assistance, whatever it may be, you know. I guess at that point, you're already at home, you know, but some people it's more limited, what they can and can't do, even if it's just, nonviolent. But that's why I guess it's more important for the people that still can, still got a voice, still got
Yeah.
to fight, whatever it may be. It doesn't have to be a nonviolent fight, definitely not going to get anywhere that way.
Yeah. I mean, I can see where, um, hospitals, emergency personnel, first responders, can see where that might be an issue. But at the same time, that's what I told my daughter. As far out as we are, we have to know how to take care of a medical emergency pretty much ourselves, because it would take so long to get help here. And that's a lot of people in rural areas could be an hour out from help. So a lot of things we need to learn on our own.
Oh, no doubt. It's tough, with generations on the system, everything that's been working and brewing behind the scenes.
Yeah, but that's what I've been hearing in this community for the past 7 years is know what's growing in your yards, know how to use it, how to make it work for you as medicines. All people have been saying all of this for 7 years. To do this, to do this, to do
Longer than
this.
that. Long
Well,
before the YouTube
probably.
was here. You know what I mean?
Yes.
People just stopped listening, stopped passing down certain knowledges. You know what I mean? A lot of
Yeah.
these worldly conveniences took over. Oh, grandma, she's crazy with her natural organic stuff. I could just go to the store and buy a pill, Bunny. So much easier. They got plenty of pills. Whatever you want, just get one. Grandma didn't know what she was talking about, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Just knowing what's in your environment, what's edible, non-edible, just the basics. I don't even know if that's the basics in life. I don't know what the basics are, but I think that would be pretty standard, to know what's edible and not edible in your environment. It's critical. It's almost critical, isn't it?
Yes. And what? Do you know what millet is?
Mullet? Mullen?
Maybe it's mullet. Millet?
The plant mullen?
No. It's a grain. It's the old grains, the ancient grains that they used to. That was
Okay, I think I heard something about that.
That was like gold to them, and so because
Oh, no doubt.
some of my kids are gluten intolerant, and so this bread came up. Thank you, Sharon. It is millet. Okay, and
Yeah, there you go. Millet. Okay.
it's made out of millet, and it has everything in it. When you make this bread, you're putting 3 eggs in it. You're putting yogurt in it. It's good ingredients,
Sounds good.
and so it's not made with any flour, and it's got everything your body needs in just this bread. And so you add that with the vegetables. He made a cottage cheese spread with it that really looked good, and I don't like cottage cheese.
Yeah, I'm not a cottage cheeser either.
But with the garlic and everything, maybe that would change the taste of it.
I'll take my cottage cheese on the side. I probably won't eat it. I'll just give it to you. If you're there, I'll just give you my
I don't want the cottage cheese.
No, something like that, or even like the different grains or different, even rices that used to be widespread throughout the Americas. You hear of these different stories, or even like up north near the lakes, just the vast areas of these just wild rices that people just ate on for years. I imagine some of that stuff probably definitely still has traces. Certain things still grow, but certain things aren't as wild and as prevalent. From whatever it may be. population moving in, things they may spray. But yeah, I mean, there used to be a huge population of like rains and natural grass, natural rices and natural grains that just grew.
Yes.
Yeah, I watched this one. I don't know, it was some little documentary, and it was telling about the different some of the native tribes and stuff up there. And back when it was, they had that they had that rice, and then they had some type of grain. I don't know, it might have been millet, something they would make some type of their version of a bread. And then eels. Eels was real. There was eels everywhere, so they used to take the eels and like make eel jerky, or like preserve them like they would do different meats. And
Yes.
it said that in their diet, eels were one of the big meats up in that. I forget that particular area region what those Native Americans was called, but it was interesting to think about it now. And most people think about eating something like a wild grain, or some people think about eating an eel. It would sound weird, but things change.
Yes. And well, and that's it. It depended on what area they were in of what they ate, what their main diet was.
Oh yeah,
So different tribes, it was different kinds of foods.
oh yeah. You get down in the south, you may have some. You may catch an eel or something in certain little waterways, but yeah, it might not be as abundant, whatever it is.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, I could just imagine that during those times, just all the knowledge and stuff they had of the land versus now. Shoot, even with the fingertips, even with the galaxies and the apples in the palm of our hand, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between looking something up and want to know stuff versus stuff that's been passed down, stuff that you know, family
Yeah.
stories, family dish, knowledge and stuff like that. It's just stuff that you already know. You've seen your family members do it. You've seen your grandparents, your parents do it. You know, whatever it may be, gardening stuff like that. Even as much as we know about certain things that got passed down, we still look up new ways because we can't remember everything. We can't remember what Grandpa used to do to get those award-winning tomatoes. Exactly how he got it right.
Right. And that's why that so the first time I planted, it was a learning process. What worked, what didn't work. Rabbit poo was pretty good. That worked. But making my own soil, the, all these things that I have learned through this community it was trial and error, just trying it and see what worked. We're all in different areas, different weather. Well, it looks like it's hot all the way
Hot
across.
everywhere now, buddy. For once, it's hot everywhere. We're all in
Yeah,
agreement. It's hotter
we're
than a
all
two-auto pistol.
right. We're all 8B now. Get used to it.
Yeah, it's hot and humid everywhere, Bonnie. Even Cheryl's burning up there in Washington State. You know what I mean? What the
I
heck's going on?
know. So, but that's another thing is being able to adapt to what works. And I don't care if you have a little apartment, it usually has a little balcony. I've seen the garden tiers that go up.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't have to be spread out. It doesn't have to be in the ground. All of my gardening has been in pots, not huge. um, what do you call them? The raised beds or any of that even
Yeah.
yet. It's just pots. But I'm harvesting off of it. It works. But the compost, that's a big one too. All my tomato plants came out of the compost that I'm growing this year from last year. And I didn't even have to save the seeds. It naturally did it on its own.
It's funny. It's too late in the season now. Ultimately, the plant won't do anything. But yeah, I was doing some things in the garden a couple of days ago, and I went and was checking on a compost pile I had over in the corner. And I looked. I said, "Dang, there's a tomato plant." tomato plant growing at it, and it was probably, I don't know, it's probably like a foot tall. It looks healthy, but I'm thinking, man, it's crazy how it just sat there all season long. I guess probably since last season, I would assume, just sat there dormant, and all of a sudden, boom, it just decided to pop up. You know,
Yeah.
not unless something got one of my tomatoes, I don't know, and then it spit out a seed. But either way, it's weird how it popped up at that time. But I'm like, yes, getting ready to go on the end of August. That little old thing. It could. I may just let it go to see if it'll produce anything. I know it won't produce much. It's
Yeah.
definitely got enough food and nutrients in that compost pile. I just kind of turned everything else around. It had a few little straggler weeds and stuff that just started to sprout. But yeah, I
Yep.
just kind of flipped everything around it.
And it depends on what you put in the pot also. And and you can, there's different things that you can grow year round. Like not right now. Whenever I get back, I'm gonna start cabbage, Brussels, garlic, onions. There's several things, and you can look it up in your area to see what you can start growing any month of the year. And there's a whole list. It's like you don't have to get a full-on garden all at once.
Oh no. Or even things like herbs, certain herbs and stuff. You can grow them all year, if nothing but in your inside windowsill. A window
Yeah.
to get pretty good light. You can grow little herbs and stuff like that. They got like little, that's about the cheapest way. You can do it on a windowsill in your own little small container with some seeds. They got things that cost money. They got like little countertop units with the LED lights, and you can just, have your few herbs growing there right in your kitchen. But yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. It's not just a spring. Don't gardening. If you're doing any type of spring gardening, you might as well maximize for the fall. Of course, depending on your weather, some places get cooler earlier. Just means you may have to plan or adjust. Some people may be already starting to fully prepare for their fall garden. I'll be transitioning to that in the next, couple months. There's some people that's already getting into it, whatever it may be.
Yes.
I don't know.
And Vicky, I don't have a green thumb. I used to kill everything, but it's reading and learning. And I mean, yeah, I've seen some people who can just stick a seed in the ground and it grows whatever they want it to grow. I'm not one of those people. I have to look at what could work for me. And like I said, it took 3 seasons for me to get it down. And I don't have it all down. I'm still learning. It's trial and error.
You're
You
gonna miss
just keep
1,000
on.
shots you don't take. If you're not taking any shots, you're gonna miss it every time.
That's right.
Definitely.
And Pat, I started mine on the deck that I knew I could walk out to the deck, and that's where I had pots lined up around the deck. I would get somebody to put the soil in for me, and then I just plant and water it.
Heck, you could even go as simple as just no soil. You don't even have to leave the house unless you get seeds. You could do like microgreens, get you a bunch
Yes.
of seeds like in a jar or something and just do microgreens. You could throw that in a salad, a smoothie or something, something as simple as that.
Yeah, that's
May
true.
sound funny, but those microgreen, whatever seeds you're working with, they're just, packed with nutrients and everything. Hey, you just throw some seeds and a little water in the container and let it do its thing.
Yep. You can put beans. Is the beans in water to make sprouts? I just remember seeing sprouts in the windowsill of my grandmother's, and um and the herbs, the parsley, green onions. I guess maybe they were chives even,
Yeah,
not green
ground it
onions.
up and you can cut the ends off. Just keep growing the ends and use that for flavor, you know?
Yeah,
Those little greens are
mm,
packed with flavor.
yeah,
Yeah, just
all
harness
of that.
whatever free energy you have around you.
Yep, you can just pull clippings off of it, and it just keeps growing.
Yeah, no doubt. You know,
We
sometimes
always
you
have
can even do that still with some store bought. You know, some of them will still get them. Some of them won't. You know, I've seen
yeah,
some people say that they've still was able to grow plant certain whole plants out of some of them. So you know, it is possible. It ain't completely off the board.
yeah, and and I'm sitting in a chair a lot. It's not. I'm not bending over and or on my knees in the garden. It's like, no, I have a chair and pull it up there and do what I can. I mean, I'm not Wonder Woman either. Trust me.
No, I don't think nobody's saying it at all. Everybody just needs to, whatever it is, do you know, do a little something, do a little something to offset it. You know,
Yeah,
you can talk to us blue in the face, but ultimately, if it's some people just don't have any understanding about it right now, it's cool. You can have all the faith in the world, but if you don't have any works, you got to put in some form of work. You know, not saying you got to get
absolutely.
out and walk in the garden, but just cultivate something. Cultivate something.
Yep. And even just getting your hands in the dirt is the healing. It doesn't have to be your feet. You don't have to
Please
be
do.
standing in it. It's just and
Definitely does something.
the joy of seeing stuff growing. It's fulfilling. I was watching a video today too. You sent it to me about the trees. We have to have the trees. The trees, they put out a life energy to us, and the colors, the colors of nature, all of it. There's so many things that are healing to the soul.
Yeah, definitely.
Wild blackberries. I
Well,
would think you
oh,
would
well,
see.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just thinking,
Your audio just got real low.
Vicky's in Georgia too. I just figured she would see wild blackberries. We don't have wild blackberries, but we have something like it. It's dewberries and Mustang grapes. You can find those along the highways. Margarita bushes.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna walk away from everything and go live amongst the wild blackberry brambles. You know,
Right?
just live amongst the animals and the other uh, bramble dwellers. You know, just create me a little bramble dome, a little patch around me. You know, feast off wild blackberries and whatever I could train the rabbits and squirrels to bring me back.
There you go.
Could be done. I think I could do it. You know what I mean? May take some time.
And that's what you were saying. Whenever you said, what would a world look like without evil? I don't know if it's in the Bible or if it was a story I heard at church, but it was all the all the people and animals living together in peace. The animals wouldn't attack. The people were all got along. I don't know if that was a
That was the
story,
land before time.
but it seems like it might have been a story of after Jesus comes back. But excuse me, that's what the earth is supposed to be like. And
Could be. That's what I think. I mean, something. Good night, Mary. You have a blessed night. I always appreciate you checking in, tuning in. I mean, it would have to be something biblical, in my opinion. You know, whether you're religious or not, just how they, you know, portray things as biblical. I think it would have to be something, you know, major.
yeah,
You know, if something like that was going to happen, some type of peace, however that would be. You know,
and that's
but
that's why I think there will be people left here on earth, because if that is the case when Jesus comes back, and that's the only way to get rid of the evil, is Jesus or God is going to take that away. And so that's why I think that the earth is going to continue. I don't think that it's going to be destroyed unless it's destroyed by man.
no, I think they can do what they can do, but even that's just a minimum. It always seems like the maximum or the most uh, outrageous or, you know, far type of event. But I think even in the most chaos that it looks like they can uh, prescribe to us, I think it's still small scale in the greater picture. You know, God, the Creator, however it all plays out. But I think a lot of it just comes from within. You know, it's just so much. All this outside stuff, it ultimately is great, but man, people can't fix or come out on the other side of a spiritual battle with trying to fix it with man-made things. You know,
Yeah.
fortunately, it just can't work that way.
Oh, praise him. Psalm says that's in the book of Isaiah during the millennial reign of Christ.
Praise Him, Psalm 150. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Definitely. I think we've been on so long, Bonnie. Probably was somebody was searching through the YouTubes and thought it was like a 10. What did they used to call those people? Televangelists. They thought it was a late night televangelist hour. When I was a kid, we didn't have many channels, but there was ever a night I would stay up late on the weekends. You had a certain time you knew it was time to go to bed because they start having those late night commercials. You know, buy this oil or some crazy thing they was selling you. I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm saying this as a kid, but I think I need to get off the televisions. But yeah, sounds like you got a pretty fun and eventful week set up, weekend set up.
Yes, I'm excited. I always just feel better at the coast. It's a different kind of air. There's always a breeze blowing, the waves, the sound of the waves, the seagulls. It's just, I love it.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Seems like the weather's going to cooperate, so that's good.
Yes.
I ain't got a whole lot planned for this weekend. I might go out and explore. Got those tickets to that fight Friday night. I think it's Friday at 5. But if it's like a 3 or 4 hour event, I doubt I'll stay for the whole thing. I might watch a little bit and get the heck out of there. You know what I mean? I don't think I could. It starts at 5, but I think that's when the doors open. They probably won't start doing anything till about 5:30, 5:45, and who knows? It may go to 9 or 10 o'clock. I ain't playing that game. But yeah, my buddy that does like different promotional events and stuff, he hooked me up with some tickets. So I told him I might go down there and check it out. Next weekend, I'll be out on the water myself. Hopefully, in my travels down to Savannah, I'll get to see some beach, touch some sand. I'm sure I will.
Cool.
That'll be fun.
I'm going to try and video what I can. And
there you go. I don't know if they let you video at the nudist colony, but if they do, by all means, go ahead. You know, careful. Don't water onto the nudist beach and not know it, Bonnie. It happened to me before.
I have never seen a nudist beach
It
around
sounds good till you get there. Trust me.
here.
And it sounds decent till you get there, and it's just like nope. Reality hits you. You know, everybody else that thought it
Yeah.
was a good idea to go there went there. You know, it's just like who did we really come to see? We don't. We just look away from ourselves. We don't even want to look at ourselves now. We just walk away. No doubt. Yeah, I always like being around the water or the ocean, or just going out to the river. It's always relaxing. Definitely the beach. If you're gonna be hot, you might as well be hot at the beach with a little breeze. You know.
Yes. And I'm definitely going to find some live music.
Oh shoot, I'm sure it'll find you. Shoot, at the beach. There's always some
Actually,
live music somewhere.
yes. And my daughter was saying that there's a sandcastle contest going on. So I'll
There
try
you
and get
go.
a video of that.
Oh yeah, you can capture it. Capture it. Yeah, those people are interesting. They had one of them at one of the beaches we went to one time. I don't think it was a big deal. Wasn't a whole lot of them, but yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm like, damn, all I had was a bucket and a shovel. These dudes is out here building whole towns and landscapes, Bunny. Where these people go?
I know. They
Yeah, definitely.
they do amazing. It's a art.
Yeah, I always do that. Like if I go somewhere, I'm somewhere for the weekend. I always, if I got time and to go out and explore, I always, well, like Savannah, I always have like a couple set places I like to go to. But I always look on there and see what's happening on the weekends. Different type of shows or events like that. Live music or whatever it may be.
Yes.
A lot of that time, you can just stumble upon plenty of free stuff. Free
Yep.
open like market music or things like that. Yeah, I'm all
Yeah,
about that.
me too. That's what happened the last time we went to the VFW and they closed. And I went outside and next door was a country music live. And so, of course, it was like I was in there, but I wasn't. And it was under a covered awning with lights, a whole bunch of picnic tables. And I
Nice.
was like, man, we could have a party out here listening to music. Oh, well. But
Yeah,
yeah,
this time of the year. Oh yeah, no doubt. Even if it's nothing else, I know a lot of times, like going down to Savannah, there'll be like street performers, street musicians just playing for whatever.
yeah.
Sometimes some of those are the best little gigs. You just find your little bench or something and just listen to them guys go.
Oh, I know.
Give them a little donation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully the weather
Support
holds
the
off. I ain't
local.
looking at the projected forecast for next weekend, but I don't know. Maybe Big Bertha's cleared the way. Maybe we're good for one more weekend.
One of these
So,
days, I might bring home a beach bum. Never know.
maybe I might bring home a female version. What is that? A bumette? A beach bumette?
There you go.
Yo, who knows? Maybe we'll see. Great things is in the works. Great things is in the works.
Yeah.
No doubt. But definitely appreciate everybody that tuned in, checked in at some point. Definitely appreciate you. Love you. If you're insane enough or brave enough to come back in the future, whatever future episodes there may be, I love you even more. You're a brave soul. They're a brave soul who comes back, buddy. Those who come back are brave. They're very brave. We thought we were brave, but they keep coming back. Shoot, they're even braver. They're braver than ordering Taco Bell right now. If you're thinking about ordering Taco Bell after this live stream, shoot, that ain't even brave enough. But other than that, I don't know. Stay tuned. Stay tuned to the next episode, the next short. Definitely things is happening. Hopefully you get to go out and experience whatever it is going around you. You know what I mean? Whatever it may be. Put the link in the chat if anybody wants to come back for a few minutes. Please bring peace bearing offerings. Please bring offerings. Cheesecakes, assorted sweets will be preferred. But other than that, I love you, and we out of here. Let's see if I can press the button, buddy. Can't find
It's
the
good
button.
to see all of y'all. Good night.
God bless y'all.
People come and go so quickly here.